Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. With this powerful thought of Nelson Mandela, let's flag off this auspicious day. A warm and pleasant morning to one and all. I, Dr. Asha Rachel, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, wholeheartedly roll down a red carpet of welcome to all esteemed dignitaries, researchers, faculties and students on behalf of St. Joseph's Degree and PG College to the inaugural function of the 2-day national seminar on Rethinking Business Education in India, an inclusive, innovative and reimagined future, organized by the Department of Commerce in collaboration with ICSSR Southern Regional Center. This national seminar brings together educators, researchers and industry experts to deliberate on the future of business education aligned with innovation, sustainability and the vision of NEP 2020. Prayer is a raising of one's mind and heart to God. To invoke the divine blessings for the success of this seminar, let us begin with a prayer. I invite Anno Domini College Choir to lead us in prayer. I also kindly request the audience to rise for the prayer song. Thank you, Anna Domini, for the soulful invocation. As we now proceed to the ceremonial lighting of lamp, I request the audience to kindly remain standing. May I now invite our esteemed dignitaries to to kindly come forward and light the ceremonial lamp, symbolizing the dispelling of darkness and the spread of knowledge and wisdom. I also request Dean Academics, Mrs. Mary Vinay Sheila, HOD, Department of Commerce, Dr. Sri Lakshmi, and National Seminar Convener, Dr. Y. Geetanjali, and one participant from other college to kindly join the ceremony. As the lamp is being lit, we are reminded that the light symbolizes knowledge, wisdom, and the pursuit of truth. May the sacred flame illuminate our thoughts, inspire meaningful discussions, and guide the seminar towards fruitful outcomes. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries, for doing the honors. Kindly take seat among the audience. We have a short video being played. That is the reason. Thank you, sir. Kindly be seated, all of you. As we move ahead in this inaugural session, I am honored to present a brief visual journey through the legacy and achievements of our institution and the Department of Commerce. St. Joseph Degree and PG College, established in 1997 under the Hyderabad Archdiocese Educational Society, has grown into a reputed center for value-based and holistic education. With a commitment to academic excellence, character formation, and social responsibility, the college continues to shape young minds into competent professionals and responsible citizens. The Department of Commerce, one of the pioneering departments of the college, has consistently upheld a tradition of academic distinction. With diverse program, learner-centric teaching methods, industry-relevant curriculum, and a team of dedicated faculty, the department strives to equip students with knowledge, skills, and ethical values needed in the evolving business world. The video you are about to watch reflects our journey, our achievements, and a vision for the future. And now we proudly present the video of Department of Commerce.
St. Joseph's PG College welcomes you to the Department of Commerce. Established in the year 1997, the Commerce Department began its journey with two courses, BCom Generals and BCom Computers.
Over the years, the institution has continuously expanded its academic offerings. BCom Honors was introduced in 2003, followed by BCom Professional with integrated CA and CS in 20 years. In 2015, BCom Information Technology was launched, and in 2016, BCom International Finance and Accounting, integrated with ACCA, was introduced. We are introducing two new programs, BCom FinTech and BCom IT, Investment Banking and Finance, with accreditation by CMA India for the CMA Foundation.
The department is supported by a highly qualified faculty team with doctoral expertise. Faculty members bring strong academic knowledge and research experience in the classroom. Their guidance strengthens both theoretical learning and practical exposure for students. The team is committed to academic excellence, mentorship, and student development.
The department is supported by professionally qualified faculty. Expertise includes MCom, MBA, CA, and global certifications like CFA and CMA. This professional exposure connects academic learning with industry practices. Faculty actively led ICSSR sponsored research projects. Roles include project director and co-director positions. These projects strengthen the department's research on future.
Faculty members have received national recognition and prestigious mentor awards. Achievements include Network Awards in Global Case Completion and Mentoring Success. Awards reflect excellence in teaching, mentoring, and research contributions. Faculty have earned recognition from NEPTEL and the Ministry of Education. Honors include Innovation Ambassador and Faculty Mentor distinctions. These achievements highlight strong contributions to academic innovation and mentorship.
Faculty members have authored books in accounting, management, and knowledge systems. Publications support academic learning and practical understanding in commerce education. These contributions strengthen academic resources for students and researchers. Faculty have also published works focused on research methodology and academic research skills. These books support students and
faculty collaboratively authored books supporting modern commerce education, publications strengthen foundational knowledge in contemporary business studies. These works enhance learning resources for commerce students. Students have earned recognition as ACCA affiliates, reflecting academic excellence. This achievement highlights strong professional competence in finance and accounting. It showcases the department's success in preparing globally competitive graduates.
Students have secured top all India and world rankings in ACCA examinations. Achievements reflect exceptional academic performance and global competitiveness. These results showcase the department's strong professional training support. Students have secured inclusive places offered with leading companies. High salary packages highlight strong industry readiness and employability. These achievements reflect the department's successful career preparation efforts.
BCom students have secured placements in leading global organizations. Successful placements highlight strong industry preparedness and professional competence. Achievements reflect the department's focus on career-oriented learning. Students achieve outstanding performance in medical certifications with top scores. A high number of students earn gold, silver, and gold certificates. These accomplishments reflect strong academic engagement and skill development.
Students have excelled in sports at national and intercollegiate levels. Achievements include medals and championship wins in tennis and swimming. These successes highlight the department's encouragement of sports excellence. Students actively participate and achieve success in basketball tournaments. Team performances reflect discipline, teamwork, and competitive spirit. Sports participation supports overall student development and leadership skills.
Senior Cadet Captain Amol Rajraj of 1 Telangana Navy Unit NCC represented the directorate at RDC 2023 and was adjudged All India 3rd Best NCC Cadet, earning the DGNCC Commendation Card. He later served as India's Diplomatic Youth Ambassador to Nepal in 2024 and completed NCC with an Alpha grade in the C Certificate examination. A student entrepreneur received national recognition for his skincare startup initiative. The startup was acknowledged through the Ministry of Education Bootcamp Award. This achievement highlights innovation and entrepreneurial success among students. Students have earned recognition in competition and events across various colleges. Achievements reflect talent, teamwork, and active academic participation. These successes showcase strong student representation beyond the ranks.
Students present research papers at international conferences. This provides global academic exposure and research experience. It enhances students' confidence and scholarly engagement.
This is the best practice of the department. Student involvement through academic hubs, which include ACE Club, Business News Club, Maths London, Math Wizard, and the Accounting and Finance Club.
The committee publishes newsletters showcasing academic and student achievements. It encourages student participation in writing, editing, and content creation. Our college is constantly ranked among the top commerce colleges in national and city level surveys. These rankings reflect sustained academic excellence and institutional performance.
A glimpse into the Department of Commerce in action, from classrooms to festivals and student-led events.
A special thanks to our student, Rethinking, who has done the beautiful video capturing all the glimpses of our department. Thank you. Moving forward, I am privileged to invite our distinguished dignitaries, our chief guest, Honorable Registrar, Osmania University, Professor G. Naresh Reddy, our guest of honor and keynote speaker, Professor Venkat Chandra, Director, National Institute of Tourism and Hospitality Management, Monsignor Y. Balashauri, Vice Chairman Hayes, Director and Correspondent, St. Joseph's Degree and PG College, Reverend Father Anthony Sagayaraja, Principal, Reverend Father A. Praneeth, Vice Principal, St. Joseph's Degree and PG College. I welcome you all. May I request Monsignor Y. Balashauri, our Director Correspondent, to kindly present a bouquet and extend a warm welcome to our esteemed Chief Guest, Registrar OU, Professor G. Naresh Reddy, sir. Thank you, Monsignor. May I request our respected Principal, Reverend Father Anthony Sagayaraja, to kindly present a bouquet and extend a warm welcome to our distinguished guest of honor and keynote speaker, Professor Venkat Ramana, Director, National Institute of Tourism and Hospitality Management, as a token of our respect and appreciation. Thank you, Father. It's my honor to introduce a dynamic academic leader whose dedication and commitment continue to guide this institution towards excellence. May I now present the profile of Reverend Father Anthony Sagayaraja, Principal, St. Joseph's Degree and PG College. Father has a diverse background with experience in academia, pastoral work, and educational leadership. Father holds a MA and MPhil in English, indicating a strong academic background in the English language and literature. Father served as a notary of the Marriage Tribunal of Archdiocese of Hyderabad and as priest in various churches, indicating a history of religious service in different congregations. Also, Father served as principal at St. Mary's Centenary Junior College, principal at St. Joseph's Junior College, and currently our principal, with such as leadership and administrative responsibilities in an educational institution. Father is involved in conducting various orientation programs, motivational talks, and spiritual conferences. This indicates a commitment to both education and spiritual development. May I now request our principal to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Good morning to our respected, distinguished dignitaries on the dais. Professor Naresh Reddy, Honorable Registrar of OU, and Professor Venkat Ramana, Director, NITHM, Government of Telangana, our own Correspondent and Director, Father Balashauri, Father Praneeth, Controller of Exam, Dean Academics, IQSC Coordinator, HOD of Mass Comm Department, Professor, and my dear friends and my dear students. With immense joy and deep sense of privilege, I stand before you this morning to extend a cordial welcome to each and every one of you to this national seminar on rethinking business education in India, an inclusive, innovative and reimagined future organized by the Department of Commerce, St. Joseph Degree and PG College, in collaboration with ICSSR and SRC. Today's gathering reflects a shared academic commitment to reflect upon and re-envision the direction of business education in a rapidly changing world. The contemporary business environment is shaped by technological disruption, global integration, sustainability concerns, and evolving social expectations. In such a scenario, business education must move beyond the conventional boundaries and embrace inclusivity, innovation, interdisciplinary learning, and ethical responsibility. Institutions of higher education play a vital role in nurturing not only skilled professionals but also thoughtful leaders who can contribute positively to the society. At St. Joseph Degree and PG College, we are guided by a vision that places equal emphasis on academic excellence, value-based education, holistic development. As an institution established under the Hyderabad Archdiocese Educational Society, we remain committed to empowering young minds through quality education, critical inquiry, social sensitivity. Organizing this national seminar is part of our continuous endeavor to create meaningful academic platforms where ideas are exchanged, research is encouraged, and collaborative learning is strengthened. We are deeply honored by the presence of distinguished resource persons and participants from various institutions whose contribution will undoubtedly enrich the deliberations of this seminar. Let the seminar over the next 2 days generate valuable insights and constructive recommendations to strengthen business education in India and align it with the emerging global realities. I take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to ICSSR and SRC for their collaboration and support. I also wholeheartedly appreciate the dedicated efforts of the Department of Commerce, the organizing committee, faculty members, the student volunteers whose commitment and teamwork have made this seminar possible. Once again, I warmly welcome each and every one of you to St. Joseph Degree and PG College. May this seminar serve as a platform for intellectual enrichment, meaningful dialogue, and lasting academic environment. Thank you, and God bless us all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Father, for your warm and encouraging words of welcome. It's my privilege to introduce a guiding force behind this institution, whose vision and leadership continue to inspire the Josephite community. May I now present the profile of Monsignor Y. Balashauri, Vice Chairman, Hyderabad Archdiocese Educational Society, Director and Correspondent of St. Joseph's Degree and PG College. Monsignor has to his credit spiritual orientation course, philosophical studies, Regency and Theological Studies from St. John's Regional Seminary, Hyderabad. Monsignor had held several appointments and assignments as Parish Priest, Principal, Rector, Vicar General of Archdiocese of Hyderabad and member of the Diocesan Consultors. Monsignor has authored books and also produced many devotional albums. Monsignor was honored with the prestigious Vidya Shiromani Award from Dr. P.V. Rangarao, the then Educational Minister of Andhra Pradesh, and has a diploma in Karnataka classical music and a certificate with Sangeeta Visharada. I cordially invite Monsignor to address the gathering.
Respected Chief Guest, CMA Dr. Gaddam Naresh Reddy, Registrar and Professor of Commerce, Usmania University, eminent guest and keynote speaker, Professor S. Venkataramana, Director, National Institute of Tourism and Hospitality, our management, beloved Principal, Father Anthony Sagai-Raja, Vice Principal, Father Praneeth, esteemed delegates, respected academicians and researchers, faculty members, and dear students, good morning. It is an important seminar. You seem to be very, very serious, because you are serious about the seminar which is going to begin now, or serious about other, I don't know. Good morning to one and all. It is indeed a matter of great honor and pleasure to warmly welcome you to this national seminar on rethinking business education in India. An inclusive, innovative, reimagined future organized by the Department of Commerce in collaboration with the Indian Council of Social Science Research, South Region at St. Joseph's Degree and PG College, a top-ranked institution in commerce education, both in our state and across the country. We are living in a time of unprecedented transformation, and we understand this, the changes we observe in the society every day. Rapid technological advancements, shifting economic structures, globalization, and evolving social expectations have profoundly reshaped the world of business. In this dynamic context, business education in India stands at a decisive moment, one that calls for a fundamental reimagining of its purpose. And today's seminar is going to focus on this aspect. The traditional emphasis on technical knowledge alone is no longer sufficient. What we learn in classrooms is not sufficient. Our institutions must now nurture innovators, ethical leaders, critical thinkers, and socially responsible citizens. Business education must therefore be inclusive in outlook, innovative in approach, and aligned with the national priorities and global responsibilities. This national seminar, organized by our college, is both timely and significant. It provides an important platform for dialogue and collaboration among academicians, researchers, and practitioners, enabling institutions to remain relevant and responsive to the evolving needs of industry and seek suggestions and also contribute for the society and nation building. The true essence of education aligns closely with the vision of this seminar. It calls upon academic institutions to move beyond conventional teaching and foster multidisciplinary learning rooted in ethics, sustainability, entrepreneurship, and innovation. As an institution of higher learning, we are entrusted with the responsibility of shaping leaders who think responsibly, act ethically, and serve society meaningfully. I am confident that this seminar will spark ideas and collaborations that contribute to a stronger education system and a better India. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to everyone present here. May this seminar inspire new ideas, critical perspectives, and collaborative thinking that help shape a brighter future and a better India. I wish all the resource persons and participants every success. Especially I congratulate all the Faculty of Commerce. I know they have been putting their heart and soul to organize this seminar, which is very, very important. And without commerce, our college, as if it is no heart. So you are the heart of this college. So I wish all the best in all your endeavors, even in the future, and we assure you of our cooperation and support. Wish you all the best. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Father, for the wisdom you have shared with us. It's my proud privilege to introduce our Head Department of Commerce, Dr. R. Sri Lakshmi, a visionary academician and the driving force behind this national seminar. Her leadership, dedication, and commitment to academic excellence have been instrumental in shaping the Department of Commerce and bringing the seminar to a reality. May I now invite Dr. R. Sri Lakshmi, Department of Commerce, HOD, to give the overview about the national seminar.
Thank you, Dr. Ashrama. Honorable Registrar, Professor G. Naresh Reddy, our distinguished Chief Guest, Professor V. Venkatramana, Director, National Institute of Tourism and Hospitality Management, Government of Telangana, our respected correspondent, Monsignor Y. Balshauri, Principal Reverend Father Anthony Sanayaraja, Vice Principal Father Praneeth, respected academicians, industry experts, research scholars, dear colleagues, and my dear students, a very good morning to all. It gives me immense pleasure and a deep sense of responsibility to welcome you all to the two-day national seminar organized by the Department of Commerce in collaboration with ICSSR SRC on rethinking business education in India, an inclusive, innovative and reimagined future. India today stands in a defining moment in its economic journey. Our nation is witnessing rapid transformation driven by technological advancements, digital innovation, globalization, entrepreneurship, and an increased commitment to sustainable and inclusive growth. In such a dynamic environment, the role of business education becomes not just important but pivotal. Traditional models of commerce and business education, while foundational, are no longer sufficient to address the complexities of 21st century economy. We must have beyond rote learning and conventional pedagogies. We must prepare graduates who are not only knowledgeable and adaptable, not only skilled but ethical, not only employment but visionaries. The National Education Policy 2020 provides us with a powerful and timely framework for this transformation. It calls for holistic, multidisciplinary, flexible, and skill-oriented education. It emphasizes critical thinking, experiential learning, innovation, research, and integration of Indian knowledge systems with global best practices. As educators and academic leaders, it is our responsibility to translate this vision into meaningful institutional action. This seminar has been conceptualized precisely for this purpose. Through this platform, we aim to bring together academicians, industry leaders, policymakers, researchers, and students to critically examine the current state of business education in India. We seek to engage in constructive dialogue which questions existing models, explores new possibilities, and holds consensus on the way ahead. Our focus is clear. We must equip future business professionals not only with strong theoretical foundation, but also with practical competencies, digital fluencies, entrepreneurial mindset, ethical consciousness, and a deep understanding of India's unique socio-economic and cultural context. Over the course of this seminar, I am confident that the deliberations, research presentations, and interactions will generate meaningful insights and practical recommendations. We aspire to develop a comprehensive white paper outlining strategic reforms for strengthening business education in India. Selected scholarly contributions will be published in peer-reviewed proceedings, volumes with ISBN, thereby adding to the body of academic knowledge. More importantly, we hope to build a vibrant and enduring network of educators, industry experts, and policymakers who will continue this dialogue beyond today's event. This seminar is not merely an academic gathering, it's a collective commitment to shaping the future of business education in alignment with national aspirations and global demands. As the head department of commerce, I take immense pride in the efforts of our organizing team, faculty members, and students who have worked tirelessly to make this seminar possible. I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished guests and participants for accepting our invitation and enriching this platform with their presence and expertise. I also express my gratitude to the management for their immense support. Let us use this opportunity not only to exchange ideas but to ignite transformation. Let this webinar mark the beginning of sustained efforts towards creating future-ready, ethically grounded and globally competent business leaders for our nation. With these words, I once again welcome each one of you to this seminar and wish all of you happy learning. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the insightful overview about the national seminar. We are deeply honored to have with us our Honorable Registrar, Osmania University Professor G. Naresh Reddy, as our chief guest for the inaugural session. May I now invite Dr. Sumitra Pujari, Senior Faculty, Department of Commerce, to introduce the profile of our esteemed chief guest.
Good morning, everyone. Respected Reverend Father Anthony, Principal of the college, Father Pranit, Vice Principal, Messenger Y. Balasori, Director and Correspondent, Professor V. Venkatramanagaru, Director, Neetam Government of Telangana, Professor Prabhakar Reddy, my teacher, Professor Sri Lakshmi, Head Department of Commerce, and the program organizer, Professor Mary Vinay Sheila, Dean Academics, all other faculty members from the Department of Commerce, now the research scholars, teachers from the different parts of the country, research scholars, students, and invitees. Now I am not going to read out the whole whatever the material I have. Three important aspects I want to consider. One is Indian perspective, and in the perspective of the Telangana state government, what are the initiatives that the government is initiating with relation to education, especially professional education. And finally, I want to share the initiatives of the Osmania University. So these are the three important aspects which I want to cover. Now we know that why this particular topic is needed at present. Yes, there are so many changes which are taking place and we are observing. See one simple example, data storage devices. We have experienced floppy, we have experienced CD, and not only that, advanced version in CDs, pen drives. Not only that, now we are at cloud. So after 1 year or 5 years, we don't know what type of developments which are going to take place in this particular industry. If you take a small example like data storage, rapid changes which are taking place in all other areas because of technological developments, lot of innovations which are taking place in the area of technology, especially information and communication technologies. Now we can also see in the point of view of a capital market. Generally we will teach in the classroom. Now open outcry system. We have not witnessed it, but that is there in 50s, 60s like. But now where we are into high frequency trading, second to second. Not only second to second, the milliseconds we are talking. The price which is changing within milliseconds. This is all possible because of the technological inventions. Now we are not going to Mumbai Dalal Street. There is no need to enter into the Bombay Stock Exchange or National Stock Exchange and participate physically. That is not at all required. Now, today we are buying data. What is data today? Data is an asset. We are teaching in accounting. Data is an asset. It means that data is generating revenue to the company. See, different developments. Now different platforms are there, OTT platforms. What they are selling? Simply we are subscribing and here we are saying the different serials, series, films like. This is all about the data which is stored. And not only that, you also consider some content is developed by somebody. That content is also creating revenue. Now, this is the age which we are living now. And changes are rapidly taking place. So what is the challenge? That's why this is the currently very much relevant, and we must try to rethink on the business education in India, business education in Telangana, and not only that, under the purview of Usman University. So you have correctly identified the inclusiveness, the innovations, and how we have to reimagine this future changes which are taking place from the time to time. Now when you come to the statistics part, the key important aspects, first we have to focus. Based on that, the changes are generally what we believe that there is no 100% placement to our students, and we tell that the industry is failed to recruit. But what the industry is saying, out of 100, only 10 to 20% are chances to recruit. This is what? This is the gap. So we have to identify the gap and how we have to fulfill this gap. That's why we have to rethink, and we are also working on it. The employability of the students. Ultimately, our product must be saleable in the market. Our product is our students. Now further, you can take the 50% of graduates, 44% of the postgraduates are underemployed. This is a big challenge in front of us. And not only that, the skill gap which I have already mentioned, only about 45% of graduates meeting the industry requirements. This is also a very important aspect which we have to address and we have to consider. And because of the introduction or integration of AI is there everywhere. But how we are going to integrate this AI into our curriculum? So we have to introduce or integrate the technologies. It may be in the form of different specializations in business education. Now, what we are teaching in the classroom, what the curriculum is there, how much skill is there in that particular curriculum. Now we are thinking, now every unit must consist of skill set. For example, if you are teaching accounting, teach accounting with accounting packages. Now teach finance with Excel, advanced Excel. So every subject you must try to teach with technology. Then only they will be immediately employable. Otherwise, they must focus after completion of their UG or PG. Some 6 months or 1 year they must spend further. And what is the industry requirements they must identify, and they must go for the training. That's why we have already introduced a few important aspects in the form of skill. Excel is there, advanced Excel is there. Now the accounting packages also we have introduced, but we have to update further and further. Now not only that, the updation is a continuous process. Generally, we will go by every cycle, 3 years, if it is a graduation. Now post-graduation, 2 to 4 years like. But what we have to do here is, we must go with every year a new syllabus. Why? Because of these changes. Some skills, whatever they are learning, which may be outdated, and whatever the new skills which are required, so that must be updated from batch to batch. Now, not only that, the new dimensions are also rising with the help of this AI, and we must try to identify. And the policy which is already introduced at the central level or the national level, which is called NEP 2020. Now, because of so many reasons, we are not going to discuss at this platform. The state government is not yet fully introduced to this. So anyhow, that is not there in our hands, but we are also working in this direction. But we are not naming NEP 2020, but we are also working on it. So the other important aspect which we have to consider is multidisciplinary. Now the industry required the skills like this. For example, life sciences with technology. Now commerce or management with technology. Now not only that, the income is open for all now. Yes, this is the order of the day. And you can also observe, in most of the management colleges, now where they are getting input from engineering colleges. See how this particular change which is happened. Previously, BA, BCom, BSc students will go for, but now most of the students are from engineering. Why most of the engineering graduates are turning to MBA? We know that out of 100 engineering graduates, only 20 to 30 are able to write programming or having skills. Now that's why they realize after 4 years, and this is not my path, and they are into now MBA. So like that, whatever the courses which we have already framed and we are already running, but the students which they are logging, and that we have to address. And we are also having a concept as per the NEP 2020 ABC, Academic Bank of Credit. Yes, the credits may be accumulated and transferred across the institutions, but we have to go with this concept also. They may learn from one institution, few credits, major credits from the admitted institution, and some credits may be through online like MOOCs and other. Now that is also very much required at present. Now shift to practice ready. The syllabus is very much required. See, industry is not interested to invest their money in training the new employees, and they are not waiting 6 months or 3 months or 1 year like. They want ready, skilled students, because we are all equipped with ready things. So our food is ready to eat, not ready to cook. Ready to eat. So ready to move. We won't take our own car, we have to clean and we have to do, no, nothing is required. So these are all called, now the aggregators are there. This is called aggregating business. So aggregators are increasing in between the producer and the ultimate consumer. Now we have aggregators. Now some companies, see, aggregators, what is their asset? Their asset is only technology. So take big basket or the transportation which we are experiencing. Car is not their asset. Driver is not their employee. Okay? They are not buying any fuel. What they are doing? Simply they are connecting the people with the technology. And these businesses are increasing. Not only that, the investors are investing crazily in these aggregating companies. But initially they are incurring losses, but in future they are going to spread like anything. Now investors are having futuristic in nature and optimistic, and they are investing slowly their share price also, which is increasing in the capital market. Now the industry academia link is important, that is logging. That is very important, and the linkages must be required, and the tools must be they learn as per the industry demand. And another important concept which is also developed and this is becomes prominent, that is sustainability. Everywhere we are asking about sustainability. Green, like, okay? Sustainability and ethical leadership is the order of the day. And ESG mandates are there today. Now, the business schools to produce the leaders, they must be capable of navigating ESG mandates. Now, everywhere ESG mandates are there. Now, companies are already started the initiatives of ESG. Now, the ESG initiatives and this knowledge must be required and we must include in the curriculum, and we must go with this sustainability. Though the purpose of the driven education, and these are all the things we must try to align. If we align, now it is very easy to sell our product in the market. Now otherwise we will face the problem in employing our students, or not only that, the other part is also there, that is converting the students into entrepreneurs. No, industry is not going to offer the jobs to all the students. That is not at all possible, because India is a young populated country. Now we require the new entrepreneurs with the help of the different startups and all. When you talk about the point of view of Telangana state, now they are into different initiatives. Now curriculum revamp which is taking place. Now even the State Council of Higher Education is working, and the Education Department is also working. Yesterday, now the Education Secretary and the Commissioner College Commission, all the Vice Chancellors of Telangana universities, not only that, the industry people and the trainers, we are all assembled and discussed and debated how we have to connect all these dots. So university is there at one place, industry is there at another place, education department is there another way, and everybody is doing, but what is missing? The connectivity is missing. What industry is required? They are not connected with the university. What university is producing, they are not connected with the industry. Now that's why a dialogue which is initiated by the government. Yesterday we have discussed in the small university, and with that, now we have certain concerns, and based on that, how we have to inject the skill in the students, how we have to avoid that skill gap. So that is discussed and debated, and we are coming with so beautiful initiatives, and those initiatives which we are going to implement, that will become a good strategy. And the entrepreneurship skills and innovations which are taking place, now startup promotions, EDs, entrepreneurship development cells, and they are also focusing on the startups. Now Telangana state government is also having the V Hub, now women entrepreneurs hub like. Now they are also promoting and converting women as well as the men into the entrepreneurs. Now structural and policy reforms which are also taking place. In the form of these reforms, now state government created Young India Skill University. Now Chief Minister is working on it. Now we want to create the Young India and Skill University with the help of the industry participation. And government is also thinking, now all the universities, we must also go with the skills. So with the help of that, we have to train the trainers first and change the curriculum, and according to that, we have to initiate the new curriculum as per the requirements of the industry. And they are addressing the challenges, bridging the rural-urban divide, vocational training also the state government initiated, and they are also working on how to strengthen the faculty, how to train the faculty, that is also very, very important. So on this note, so the central government in the form of Skill India they are working, and state government is also working, and the universities also must change their mindset. And as a university also we are working on it. Now, one or two points I want to share with you, the initiatives of the Usmania University. So after taking charge by our Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor M. Kumar, now the important initiatives we are working, and we are also discussing with the government. So in this discussion, Honorable Chief Minister Revant Reddy, now he came forward and announced 1,000 crores to the Usmania University. Yeah, this is our achievement. We are working hard day in, day out. And with this, what we want to do, we want to create the life science school, and we want to create the management school, and we want to create the law school like. And these are the things which are there in our mind. Now designs are finalized. And with these 1,000 crores, we want to create the infrastructure, and we want to strengthen the laboratories in the case of science and engineering. And with these initiatives, and we have to upgrade ourselves, because universities are 108 years university, and most of the infrastructure and buildings are older in the nature. Now that's why the amount of money which is very much required to update now the reconstruct the new buildings and the classroom complexes and various other facilities which are very much required. And we are also working on the updation of the curriculum, and we are also speaking with the industry experts, and we are also inviting them in different programs, and in line with we are also conducting the Vice Chancellor's meet on 19th and 20th of this month. So every day we are working on the different issues, and anyhow we want to change the face of the university. So whatever the opinion is there in the previous, but that opinion must be we want to change, and university is meant for discussions, debates and seminars, conferences, symposiums, and these are all the things must be we have to conduct, and we are already conducting number of programs in the university. So with these few words, I thank you one and all for giving me an opportunity to speak on this particular topic. So this is very much vibrant and timely required, and we must change our mindset, and according to the present needs and future requirements, now we have to change as a teacher. Most of the teachers, if you change the curriculum, if you introduce a new subject, there will be a resistance to change. But resistance to change is not the order of the day today. We must change. If you are not going to change, so you will be out of the game and out of the sight. So that's why a teacher may retire after 1 year also must update. Or a teacher is going to retire in the evening also must update and teach in the classroom. That is very, very important. So teaching is a challenging job. Now teaching is not a job like repeat the same thing over the years of 10 years, 20 years. No, this is not a teaching. So those who are into teaching, we must update. Now especially commerce and management teachers, every day we must update in the form of reading business newspapers. Without reading business newspapers, those who are into the classroom, now you are not teaching the currently relevant, you are not connecting the theory with the currently relevant industry requirements. So that's why we must think about what we are reading, what we are updating, what we are delivering in the classrooms. And we can also challenge that. Why students will attend your class? You may be having mandatory 75% of attendance. That is not the big issue. Why a PG student or a PhD student must come to your classroom? Because you must deliver something new. So in that only the students will come and attend your class. So with these few words, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening and visionary address. And I'm also happy to share, sir, that some of the concepts that you have said, sustainability, ESG, entrepreneurship, with the support of the management, we have included in the curriculum of Department of Commerce. Now we move on to the keynote address, which will set the intellectual tone for the seminar. May I now invite Ms. Deborah, Senior Faculty, Department of Commerce, to introduce the profile of our distinguished guest of honor and keynote speaker.
Greetings to all, respected guests on the dais, esteemed faculty members, participants from other colleges, and my dear students. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce today's keynote speaker, Professor V. Venkatramana. Sir currently serves as the Director of the National Institute of Tourism and Hospitality Management and a Senior Professor at the School of Management Studies, University of Hyderabad, where he also served as Dean for more than 7 years. With over 35 years of experience, he is a distinguished academician, administrator, and policy expert in management education and higher education governance. I now request Sir to address the gathering.
Thank you, Ms. Deborah. Thank you. At that outset, let me thank St. Joseph's College, especially the principal, Father Anthony Sagar Rajaji, and Monsignor Father Balashwari, our registrar of Osman University and a colleague of mine, though I am not with Osman University now. I still consider myself as an Osmanian because my education was in Osmania and many other things. I worked in Osmania for a long time. Father Pranit, Vice Principal, faculty, non-teaching staff, students, participants, and some delegates must have come from all over the states. First of all, a very good morning. Can I say again good morning? Good morning. So that should be the energy with all of us. And we should start this, I'm really happy and delighted that I've been given this opportunity. Though because of time constraints, I will leave in the next 10 minutes. I have a meeting scheduled already. But when the team from St. Joseph College approached me, I told my secretary that at any cost I will attend. And I was thinking it is in January, and I immediately said no. But then she reminded it is in February, so it was 1 month back. So I appreciate that you took 1 month before prior planning, and that is what makes seminars of this kind very successful. Because we all live in what is called in today's world a VUCA world. How many of you know what is VUCA? Very good. Very good. Complex and ambiguous. So we do not know in the morning till we get up and get ready what is going in store. Like Professor Kumar, I am told, will have some emergency meeting. So all of us in academic administration face this. But having agreed, I told myself that in any academic seminar or program we should not miss out. And especially being out of regular classroom teaching kind of thing. For me, an opportunity to address such seminars is an opportunity to learn from you. Because everywhere I go, I was vice chairman of the Telangana Council for 7 years. And every meeting I go, I used to go, every conference I used to go, I used to learn many things from the participants, especially students. Because as I see from my career, which began in '87, with industry, academics, business consulting, board level position, government, vice chancellor, vice chairman. Now when I go back and see my own management career, I did my 2-year MBA program and my PhD in advanced training in UPenn. I see that what we have seen in those days is completely different. For example, when I was a student, it was a different thing. I remember my professor who could teach for 3 hours. And you have to sit in the classroom for 3 hours, completely listening to him. Any movement here and there, he would throw you out. And it was all that kind of a norm, and it was good. Today, you see, the first thing you see in the student is the threshold level has come down. From 180 to 120 to 60. Now they say, my friends in the academics tell me, sir, 25 minutes, 30 minutes is enough. Otherwise, you will be physically present, mentally somewhere or something like that. So this is the problem, or this is the opportunity we can look at it. Because everything, if you look at a problem, you will not get a solution. So the opportunity came in the way of electronic teaching pedagogical changes, field trips, in especially management education, things like group exercises, and then case studies. Because case studies mean that it would involve all the team members. And then, give them a practical situation, so to speak. By the way, do you know the first business school in the world, when was it established? Any guess? Any guess? I mean, I don't expect that you would know. But later on in my career, I went there, so I know. In 1881, the Wharton School was established. And in India, the first business school was 1949, XLRA Junction, Xavier Labour Research Institute. And in Andhra Pradesh, earlier around 1960 or so, Andhra University. And in, of course, now Telangana, Osman University, 1962. So this is the trend of management education in the country. From 1949 to 1962, and now India has got the largest number of business schools after USA. Surprisingly, China and Japan don't have many business schools. Germany doesn't have many business schools. The reason being, they believe in practice school, practical knowledge, learning while doing, and we believe in the original model of classroom teaching then going on, and then 10 plus 2 plus 4. See, somebody talked about NEP selection program. I was involved in the NEP policy for the state government many years back. And we found that this kind of silos, that you go to 10 and 2 and 4 or 3 and then 2, it's not going to work. In fact, I told the Honorable Chief Minister then and even now that this whole thing of intermediate education is going to be a different ballgame. It's not going to work. Because when you expect people, because the times are changing. When we were maybe in intermediate, our parents used to decide what we should do. We never had the choice or the voice. Today, we have the student from 4th class onwards, he will tell what he wants. That's a good change. So anyway, the quick changes are that the management education itself is the mother of all disciplines, I must say, is economics. From economics came commerce and other. And management was a new fashionable word in the late 60s and people also jumped on it. Nothing to put you down or say something. But in management education itself, when I studied, we had specializations. First 2 semesters, the general courses and then advanced courses, and then you go into specialization. Today, world over, the pattern is the core subjects are reducing, the electives are increasing. Earlier, the core subjects were more, electives were less. For example, I did my electives or specialization in HR and marketing. Today, I can do, it's called the cafeteria approach. It's called the cafeteria approach, which is what NEP has done. You can pick up economics, dance, Sanskrit, Urdu, English or something, and then sports management, and then come out with your design MBA, designer MBA, like you buy your clothes, you can design your MBA. So this is the trend. Second trend I have seen, it will not take much time, is the duration of the course itself. We did 2-year MBA program. Across the country, even today it is 2-year MBA program. But when this program at one of the leading business schools at ISB was launched, in fact I was one of the initial members of the thinking team of ISB, because they did not have a campus. I gave my office to them initially. So that makes me eligible for every convocation I go there, they call me and they remember at least. So the thinking was, how do you condense this whole 2-year program? And what they have simply done is done a very sandwich kind of a program, and they did not call it a degree, they called it a program. Because these are all innovations of this thing. Why should you call it a degree? The moment you say degree, you have all these regulatory agencies coming into asking floor space, kitchen space, washroom space, isn't it? To me, if you have the subject and you have the dedication and you have the team, you can bring out the best business school, business manager, even from a repair shop. That's what Honda did. Masahiro Honda, you must be knowing Honda cars, was a small fellow who used to spoil all the cars in the village. His father always used to scold. And he became world's best car manufacturer by trying to do from the garage he took. So anyway, I congratulate you for this topic, Rethinking Business Education. In fact, this topic has got 3, like Professor Naresh Reddy said. It has got rethinking or relooking at the whole thing of management education. Well, doesn't it? It's a college, so you cannot expect like it. So I have been in college. I was also an active student leader. I also got beaten up in my school because I went to a convent school, and like St. Joseph, I went to St. Paul's, and my brothers were very strict. Fortunately, I got beaten up only because I was supporting the noisy fellows. So, no problem, at least some discipline there. But that beating helped me to ensure that you are on time, to ensure that you don't disrespect elders, to ensure that you are kind to others. And I still remember, if management schools are today producing management graduates who are becoming reckless and irresponsible and highly paid, not doing societal service, that is because they did not get moral science in their school. In my school, in the moral science, they taught us that you might make money, you might make this thing riches, but if you are basically not kind to the person with whom you work, or understand empathy, respect, mutual giving, concern, I can go on and on. And that is what, if you look at it, even a school dropout can tell you what is expected out of a management. So basically, this whole concept of Western management philosophies, which talk about profit making, is now coming back to societal well-being. I will sum it up in 2-3 minutes. The whole rethinking is from profit making to societal well-being. From asset based to what Professor Naresh Reddy said, business concept. I don't need to own a car. Nike doesn't have factories, one of the finest brands. It aggregates. Uber, I met the person in Hyderabad a few years back. It all started with the waving for a car, hailing for a car. And then nobody stopped, and 4 friends thought that they should come together and start this company called Uber. Look at one boy who came to me for fun. I can't say boy, he's a young fellow, Fani Sama, who was a BITS alumni. And they were, after schooling, after college, they took a room and 4 people were studying like any other person, struggling to do something. They were never getting tickets to go home. So they together thought about it, started a technology platform, started a company called Redbus. Sold it for 500 crores. And he comes to me at the age of 34, 35 and tells me, sir, what can I do? So we immediately took him as the Chief Innovation Officer for the government. He served for 1 year, and his job was to create a innovation concept among students that we call Intinta Innovator. For those of you who don't know Telugu, Intinta, Garga Innovation, is what even now central government has started off. So things can come from anywhere. From your the smallest employee to the CEO, you should have an open flow of communication. So when you say this is rethinking part of it, forget about the concept of profit making, think of well-being. Second thing, inclusive. And there are 2 things about inclusive. Just tell me when it is going. Just stop me at 11 because I have to rush. 3-4 minutes. And then, because I forgot my watch. Because the watch is gone now. Today it's a mobile phone. The bank is gone now. Today is the phone. The library is gone. They say, I don't believe in that. Because you can download. But the thing of the past will always remain. A good teacher will always remain. When I came and walked into principal's room, I told him my teachers' names of school. That they have shaped your career. So dear students, don't think that I'm saying that no AI can. In fact, Raghuram Rajan, the former governor of RBI, recently wrote that AI will displace everything, but the skill will not be. AI cannot displace. A good teacher, a good humorist, a good actor, a good skilled dancer, AI cannot do. Because basic, this thing is originality. Okay, so the teacher will never disappear. Maybe the teacher will come in different forms. It could be anywhere, anytime available teacher like distance education or downloading your access. So in inclusive education, there are 3 principles and I will not take much time. First one is diversity. In my own university, in my own places of work where I have seen, including Usmania University, today 60% of the students are girls. Earlier, hardly 10%, 15%. When I joined in 92 as a faculty at Usmania University, my students were hardly 2-3 in the section of 30. Today, 60% are girls. Good news for all of you. And CEOs, decision makers, thought leaders, including politicians, are coming from this. So what do we need to do? We need to change our lens from that of a thinking that we need more boys hostels. In fact, we need more girls hostels. You understand, we need more active actions, rules which will protect these people at work, but ensure that they are fair and transparent. So it is diversity, equity. Equity would mean looking at everyone and treating everyone the same way. Forget about it. In fact, in government, I used to be very, very unpopular in the beginning when I said, you name the rule, name the person and I'll tell the rule. 1 or 2 times I asked somebody, you name the person and this is look how it looks like. Even in my university I was questioning and the VC said, you're right. I said to everyone, whatever you are applying should be the same. It should not be that you differentiate. So equity, equality is one. And then the last one is inclusion. How do we make everybody work with us? Today, when I have this meeting, I learned it from one of my very distinguished vice chancellors I have served ever in my life. And he used to call for every Thursday or Friday Dean's meeting, and I was a senior most dean. 2-3 hours these meetings used to go. Initially, all of us felt, what is this? He is wasting time. But these were inclusive meetings. You had the engineer, you had the electrical head, you had the dean of computer science, you had the administrator. So we call them Janma Bhoomi meetings. every problem can be thrown up and every solution will be given then and there. In government it happens. Let me tell you, we all think that governments are very slow in working. If you see, when I was sitting there also, I was texting because things happen on a different level. 5 days back there was a review by the Chief Secretary. 6 days back. I attended it. And I thought, okay, 1 week I can relax and then I can do something else. Yesterday I got the minutes of the meeting where responsibility is fixed, deadline is fixed. So now I know that by 10th or 12th I should have done this. So that is the policy of inclusive education. So second you got inclusive. Now comes to innovation. Innovation doesn't require a kind of introduction. It needs a transformation. How can you innovate? Innovate in many things. I can go on and on because I was the first, my campus, University of Hyderabad, I had started the technology business incubator in 2008. My vice chancellor called, same vice chancellor whom I am talking about, and said, you go for a DST funding. I am not a science professor, by the way. I did my BSc honors and MBA. But I sat with the life science professor, sat with the chemistry professor, and sat with the registrar of the university. I called all of them to my office and said, let's prepare a proposal. I prepared a proposal, technology business incubator. My knowledge was in technology business. Incubator was not known to me, but I knew that. When I started, the vice chancellor said, you see your own space in the university. There is no budget for it. So I went around, there was some SN school of Sarojini Naidu school. I told the head, I need some space. She said, there are some rooms lying there. The faculty are not using, you can go. So I requested faculty, younger faculty, as if it is my own business. Opened up, cleaned it, got it clean, inaugurated by the secretary DST, made a proposal, went to Pune. Why I am telling it? It was not my job, but the vice chancellor had a faith in me. We went there, made a presentation. Then and there the committee said 5 crores is action. Then we started that 5 crores. Then I stepped back. I said, I am not going to run this because there is a professional incubator manager. And today, believe me, there are people who are creating $1 billion research experiments in that incubator. Now it has got a 2 lakh square feet office and the CEO and all that. But this is how it happens. Innovation happens with a trial, error, and sometimes nobody will encourage you, especially students, especially our students in the many colleges. We think that innovation means, oh, if you fail, what happens? I was a director of State Bank, and in many meetings, many proposals used to come. And the general managers used to tell me, don't feel bad if I say, some of you may be in the bank, your spouse or somebody. Sir, he's got 10 companies, but he owns 500 crores to us. Another 100 crores with you, he'll get 500. I said, forget about it. I want young people presentation. They said, sir, no experience. I said, I want people without experience. IITians, young MBAs, some small proposals, starting a boutique or something. Then we used to give. What I have seen is the success rate amongst these college graduates who do not know anything about innovation, incubation was high. Because they did not have, they were trying hard, they were working out of a, like Funny Sama, small room. They did not have a secretary, they did not have overheads. So coming to the point of innovation, please, I think Swindle must be happy, have an idea that it need not be very fascinating, air conditioned and all that. Give them an adda, a place, a graffiti board. Every Saturday think of, and you guys, students, don't think Saturday is fun day. Yeah, you can have fun, but there also you can have fun. You can sit down there, write down some crazy, unknown, unexplored, unthought ideas. And I tell you, things will start from there. Delivering a bouquet. Day before I got a bouquet. And you think somebody from US sent it, the person from US coordinated it, sent it to me because of some activity we did. And it reaches you on the correct time with the correct wording. They dictate from the medical transcription. These are lower end of the innovation paradigm, this thing. But as a teacher, you could do many more things. And skill building. And so what I suggest is, in innovation, if you really want to do in management education, go with a new language. Go with a new field trips, case studies, they're all known to us. But students are innovators. I have hundreds of examples who could do it. I knew one young boy came to me when I was Vice Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi University at Basa. He was intermediate. I had 9,000 students in my campus. One fellow came to me and said, sir, I have created an aeroplane. Normally what we do, we say, this fellow is joking, or I said, you get that. He got some small aeroplane. Really? And he flew it for me. Small design. And then I was shocked. Immediately I gave him 30,000. I said, campus will give you 30,000. And then he went on and on. Today, he is being called by HAL, who has IITians and Carnegie Mellon and MIT scientists, to tell how he has designed this lightweight. He is just in maybe second year. And last point, and I tell you, for those who think success did not come because we are not lucky, we are not born to rich parents, or we don't have good education from whatever so-called fashionable institutes, it can come to anyone. This incident turned my life, changed my attitude with many things. As a Vice Chancellor, I was sitting in the room and there were a lot of issues on the campus, but the security was not allowing anyone to meet me. But I said, somebody was going outside the room. Very interesting, I know, that's what timekeeper should do. But this incident I will tell you. And I called that, and they said, sir, some student wants. About 9,000 students, one student is, so time will not be there, first of all. But still I said, come. In 30 seconds I will close this. So I asked him, what is the problem? He said, sir, I could not pay the fees, but I have graduated, I need the certificates. I said, somebody, I said, please take care of it, because I cannot deal with this. Something has not come, sir, I just want 1 minute. Again, he was pestering me, literally. I said, what's the problem? Then I asked him quickly, sit down, what is the issue? You tell me. This is the issue. COVID, job lost, nobody in the family is working, fine, everything is okay, God is certificate. I said, what do you tell me one thing, can you repay it in money and leave it off? Because as an administrator, I cannot look from the human part, though I knew human. He said, yes sir, I paid 5 times. I was shocked. I said, did you at least get a job? He said, yes sir. Where did you get? Some ex-company. And I just told him, from this salary you get, how can you repay me? He said, sir, I'm posted in Spain. Another shock to me. How much is your salary? I asked. 54 lakhs, sir. And this boy, you can do in YouTube, Nikhil Tumalapalli. His name is Nikhil Tumalapalli. 54 lakh job. He believed in himself. He believed the laptop I gave. He believed the teachers. He continuously engaged in interviews, lost his normal dress. You don't need to see him in a great this thing. But believe me, I was really moved. Then I just signed and said, don't even pay because you are my gem. And I'm going to take care of it and find. That's a different story. But there are a lot of Nikhils here, I can tell you. We need to hear to them. Management education doesn't mean we need to be that learning will be both sides. Classroom learning, throw up a problem. Trafficking, king coating, how will you reduce? Is that the life problem? So every day like that, we also run through problems, and I think management, commerce education is here to stay, but with a new version. Fourth industrial revolution, the next revolution will be knowledge and all other things. So I will leave it here, though I wish I could speak. And usually when you don't have an opportunity to take classes, such occasions are there for us to speak. I think I have lost my limit, and I request all of you to permit me to leave because I have to rush to another meeting in Secretariat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us. Quick, we'll move on to the release of the seminar souvenir. I request the esteemed dignitaries to kindly do the honors, and I request Dean Academics, Mary Vinashila ma'am, HOD ma'am, and convener Dr. Y. Gitanjali ma'am to come forward for the release of the souvenir. The seminar souvenir carries abstracts of the research papers presented at this national seminar and reflects the collective academic contributions of our participants. quickly move on to the felicitation. I request Principal, Senior and Vice Principal to kindly felicitate our guests. As a mark of a deep respect, gratitude and appreciation for the gracious presence of our Registrar, Osmania University, I thank you, sir. With a lot of appreciation, I also thank you, Reverend Professor, for his gracious presence here. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries. Audience, can we please be seated? Before we move to the vote of thanks, let me briefly outline the schedule of the seminar tracks for the day. Track 1, we have strategic shifts in education, reimagining curriculum through policy and innovation, which will be started in another 20 minutes in the same venue. After that, we'll have the lunch break, and then we have track 2, digital transformation and technological integration, which will start at 2:30. Now, I invite Dr. Y. Geetanjali, convener, to propose a word of thanks.
Thank you, Asha. Respected chief guest, distinguished resource person, eminent delegates, faculty members, research scholars, students, and dear participants. It gives me immense pleasure to propose the vote of thanks at the conclusion of the inaugural session. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, Professor Naresh Reddy Garu, Registrar, Osmania University, Professor Sudhakar Reddy Garu, Director, ICSSR, SRC, and Professor V. Venkatramana Garu, Director, with the keynote speaker, whose inspiring address added great value to the seminar and motivated all of us with insightful thoughts and experiences. We are deeply thankful to our resource persons and speakers for sharing the valuable knowledge, scholarly insight. I sincerely thank our correspondent, Monsignor Y. Balashauri, Principal Reverend Father Anthony Segaraja, Vice Principal Reverend Father A. Praneeth for their enormous support in organizing the national seminar. A special word of appreciation for our Director, MassCom Professor Stephenson, for the constant encouragement, guidance and support in successfully organizing the seminar. My special thanks to Dean Mrs. Mary Vinay Sheila, HOD, Dr. Sri Lakshmi, organizing committee, student volunteers whose dedicated efforts, teamwork and meticulous planning ensured the smooth execution of the program. We also extend our appreciation to all the participants and delegates for their participation. I would also like to thank the supporting staff, including the technical and non-technical staff, for their valuable assistance. Finally, I thank everyone present here for sparing their valuable time and making the inaugural session a grand success. Once again, thank you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural function. Once again, on behalf of Department of Commerce and St. Joseph's Degree and PG College, I extend a warm welcome to all the participants for the two-day national seminar. Now we'll be having a break for another 15 to 20 minutes. I request all the participants outside, the tea will be served, and then we'll be starting with the track 1 in the same venue. Thank you all once again.
all to the track 1 of 2-day national seminar on Rethinking Business Education in India, Inclusive, Innovative and Reimagined, organized by the Department of Commerce, St. Joseph's Degree and PG College in collaboration with ICSSR SRC. I am Apeksha
And I am Shaw.
and we are delighted to be your hosts for today's session.
This national seminar on Rethinking Business Education in India, Inclusive, Innovative, Reimagined, brings together academicians, researchers and students from across the country to deliberate on evolving landscape of business and higher education. We are delighted to have such an esteemed gathering with us today.
The theme for track 1, Strategic Shifts in Education, Reimagining Curriculum through Policies and Innovation, highlights the urgent need to align education with the demands of rapidly changing world. Today's curriculum must move beyond content delivery to become learner-centric, skill-oriented and research-driven. Progressive policies and educational innovations are encouraging institutions to adopt interdisciplinary learning, digital integration, experiential approaches, and value-based education to prepare students for future challenges.
This national seminar provides a vital platform to explore how research can guide these transformations and strengthen the relevance and quality of higher education. As we commence this session, let us engage in meaningful dialogue and collaborative thinking to reimagine curriculum for a more inclusive, innovative, and future-ready educational system. We wish all presenters and participants a productive and enriching session ahead.
To begin this session, we may request our esteemed session chairs to kindly grace the dais. Professor Dr. Ramakrishna Yelamancheri and Dr. B. Prasanna Singh.
Dignitary, Professor Dr. Ramakrishna with a sapling as a token of respect. Now, I request our HOD ma'am. Let us welcome them with a warm round of applause.
It's our privilege to introduce our session chair, Professor Dr. Ramakrishna Yelamancheri, Professor at the Institute of Public Enterprise, Hyderabad. With over 25 years of experience in teaching, research and consulting and training, he has trained thousands of students, faculty members and entrepreneurs. He has authored 6 books and published numerous research papers in reputed journals. A strong advocate of digital finance and AI in education, he has trained more than 12,000 faculty members and 19,000 students in research years. We are truly honored to have you with us today. May we request our sir to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning everyone present here. At the outset, whenever I come to St. Joseph's, I feel like going being in a family function. Because this is one of the various institutions in Hyderabad, where whenever there is an occasion, every faculty takes responsibility or thinks that this is their own family event. And the way they dress, the way you enjoy the pride and all, it's really very rare to see. In IT, we rare to see this kind of a thing. That's one. And secondly, all the students who are present here, be happy and in sense, I encourage you to be in St. Joseph's. I follow all the events. Last time, I guess, I'm going to conduct some annual event changes there. And the kind of a vibration events that you conduct, it actually shows the teamwork and the proficiency or perfection. That's it. And being here, I'm very happy. Speaker, when she called, I said, okay, fine, I'll come. I'm supposed to come to inaugural, but yesterday it was almost midnight for me, and morning also some pending assignments are all there. So that's Now coming to this topic on strategic shifts in education, reimagining curriculum and all that, maybe I'm looking at the people to present this. As beginning talk of this, just today morning I read an article in the newspaper by Dharmendra Pradhan, Education Minister of the country, saying that in the coming year, within a year or so, starting from kindergarten to research, everywhere they want to introduce artificial intelligence. That is a shift which people are talking about. And your faculty may agree with me. 3 years back only we started initiated this, saying that every faculty member should be aware of artificial intelligence. We conducted hundreds of training programs. When we conducted the training program, there was a lot of apprehension from the faculty, students, everywhere, saying that if everything AI will do, then what is that faculty will do, what is that the students will do, what is that the researchers will do. Especially I used to strongly advocate that AI is a technology which is emerging, and there is no way that you run away from it. You can't run away from a technology because that's the evolution, it is happening. Only factor that you need to be successful is you should also learn the artificial intelligence. And in the past 3 years or 2.5 years, we trained almost 15,000 faculty members on artificial intelligence tools across the country. So we are saying that, okay, transform in the sense this AI is going to be there. And even in our curriculum, we made it mandatory that every subject should have at least 1 or 2 topics which should touch the artificial intelligence. Then there was a lot of resistance from a faculty member, forget about the students. Now how is that we can teach artificial intelligence in financial accounting, artificial intelligence in economics, artificial intelligence in governance, artificial intelligence in the marketing. Now, everywhere it is a positive because that's how the world is going. But that's the one. And second is technology based. Right now, also people are talking about going for an online education, more on open education systems, open distance learning. These are the radical shifts which are happening thanks to COVID. From that only we actually revolutionized it, and in the coming years we are going to see a lot of technological revolutions happening in edutech. In the sense, gone are the days where physical presence, physical institutions will be there. They will be there, physical institutions, they all will be there, but even a physical institution is also forced to go for an online education or any other education system. Now, with your national education policy, where students are allowed to do a dual degrees, online degrees, offline degrees, so much, and even IIMs, IITs, they are also coming with many online certification programs. Radical changes are happening. In the down the line, we witness more such kind of changes. I guess this, the topic which in the next 7 or 8 papers which we are going to see may touch key concepts in this these areas. And somewhere I'm talking to one of your faculty members regarding entrepreneurship and all. So EdTech is now a big area where a lot of entrepreneurship is happening. Now, initial stages, we see some companies like Byju's and all, they entered there, they were there successful for a certain time period, then failed. But there are certain organizations like a Coursera, they are still there in the market making a huge money. And in future, a lot of scope for EdTech organizations also in the country. So these transformations are going to happen, and for the students, faculty, all over here, I think we need to get ready for these new challenges and all. Thank you very much. Thank you for it.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and inspiring address.
It is now our honor to introduce our co-chair, Dr. B. Prasanna Singh, Director of Kutukaran Education Institutions and Head of Learning and Development for the Kutukaran Group, with over 27 years of academic and administrative experience. She is a distinguished education strategist and institutional leader, a doctorate holder from Usmania University and recipient of several prestigious awards. She is also a recognized master trainer for the National Education Policy and a prolific researcher in higher education and employability. We are privileged to have you with us today, ma'am. We request you to kindly address the gathering.
Happy noon to all. You're all happy? I'm happy to visit an academic institution, that too from my home ground back again. I'm very happy.
So you are all here with a lot of energy. I see a lot of students taking an initiative to organizing so many things, and this is where you learn a lot. I come from a background which is with academics, and now for the past 15 years with an industry background also. And I could easily relate with each of the faculty here. Was very happy and was getting back to my memory days of a faculty days where we were doing the same things and how energetically they were doing. And taking this platform, I would only say a couple of inputs from the industry. Today, the world is moving towards skilling. Skilling, why? Like both the speakers who have spoke about in the morning, where industry is not going to wait for a transition period. Gone are those days where industry is to hire you people, train, and then put you on the job. And they'll wait for 6 months, a year that you're prepared for the job. Gone are those days because they look forward more than degrees, what is the skill set you possess? We assume, I've got this much percentage, I've got this much credits in doing so many things, so probably I'll be given a much weightage. That is there. But what kind of skill sets do you have for the said job role? Well, whatever job role you are taking, what does that job role requires? What are the skill sets you have? Do you match with that? That's what they are looking at. And transition period has drastically come down. Hardly they'll wait for 40 days or might be 15 days. Not possible. So what you should do? You don't do your PGs and degrees like I've done my BCom. So again I'm spending 2 years more to get a master degree, which would say that I am masters. That will not value add much in the industry. You need to look at what skill sets I have possessed from degree, what skill sets I possess from teaching, and why am I doing this? Like rightly pointed out in the morning the sessions, very clearly they have pointed out that the employability skills is what they are looking at. Employability. Okay? It's that you have to possess those skills, then you be on industry ready. You don't require to run behind the industry. Then industry will run behind you. That's the way you have to craft, design yourself. And if you have to do that, then you have to learn from each topic. I mean to say, go it be a cost accounting, or it could be quantitative techniques, or it could be OB. If I'm learning this topic, if I'm applying it practically, what I'm going to derive out of it. Many a times, as a faculty, I was a faculty before, so I know that we take it, yeah, she has come, she'll teach, she'll go, let me complete it. And I need attendance, so let me do it. Rather than, from this topic, what would I apply in industry? Now, how do I draft it? You have a discussion mode or participative mode, or it cannot be a one-side way where it goes with a lecture mode. Then what happens is you simply will get only degrees. You will get good percentage, no doubt in it. But what kind of skill sets are you possessing? Because it's a drastic change now, and it's only gone for 50%. The more 50% it goes, then they look forward. You have done this degree, fine, we have seen your certification. Okay. What do you have as a skill sets? So if this is the job role you are going to take up, okay, assume that you take as an accounts executive. So what does account executive do? Why should we give you? What kind of skill sets you have? No, I was doing in my cost accounting good, or I was doing in accounting 1 good, 2 good. Then what did you learn from accounting? Sitting on the industry where I take care of L&D also, we straightforward ask the questions like this. If you have learned in cost accounting this much, tell us what's your favorite topic. Okay, this is what your favorite topic, then how do we apply it? But many of them cannot answer it. I feel very pathetic there. So it's how many of the man-hours we are putting, including your teachers, right? They give a lot of, because when the faculty takes, they prepare well and come. So they give it. But how do we take it? We take it from the point of examination. Don't do it. Learn. probably I'm very sure all the faculty members will be very happy to explain you more and give you more, and probably how the application part. So learn the application part. And most importantly, skill sets. What do I possess? What is that I have to learn? And you know, one of the terms used in the morning sessions also, more on the merit base has gone low now. It is gone on how good on your attitude. Means you have the highest percentage, but your attitude is very bad. You don't have the respect for the people. You don't have empathy. You don't have an EQ. Then industry is not ready to take you. Because industry is clear that if this is the skill set and unfortunately they are lower on it, and if he has a good attitude or she has a good attitude, it's easy to train them on that. But if they don't have an attitude and they don't have an EQ pertaining to it, then there is no meaning in taking them. Because by the time you finish degree, you are a matured human being, age-wise. But how do we recruit you if you don't have the right attitude? So imbibe it. That's why the training programs, what we design at our industry also, we started putting it for the past 2 years, and we find that there is a lot of improvement in the employability also there. That is transactional analysis, which talks about building you on empathy. So rather thinking only from your perspective, if I was that person, how would I behave? Put yourself into the shoes of the other person and then think for a moment that if I was that person, how would I do it? That's what exactly today's education is looking at. The business education, what you're doing, in fact, the business education has to think about it a lot, because you're not going on the scientific or the other way, where business is going to relate all the managerial skills. And when you are a manager, or when you are going to climb up the ladder as a CEO or might be to a topmost, then what kind of skills, people skills you have, what kind of managerial skills have, how do you handle the conflict management, and how best you can resolve the things, how much you can handle the stress. This is most important. So all the students, I suggest you that look from the point of what is going to be my learning and how do I apply this, what kind of skill sets I possess, and whatever the finishing schools or might be add-on certificates which is offered by the department, you should happily invite it and take more and more. Why? Because this is going to add to your credits to talk to the industry that these many things I have done and this is what I have possessed. So saying this, I congratulate the Department of Commerce. I know only few of them, right from Geeta. Thanks Geeta, you have introduced me to your department and it's a wonderful track. Sir was saying that, I find that this more as like a family function, and it's too many people. I was just talking also, I could find everybody is taking and owning their role and then doing it. How could we do this? They're trying to talk to the people and understand. That says that you are owning the role. That's wonderful. Rather being only going and teaching and coming, you are owning the role and doing it well. Right from the management, dean and all the commerce department, I congratulate. And I once again thanks Geeta for introducing me to the department. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sure. Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful and motivating address.
We now move towards the paper presentation session of track 1. Before we begin, we would like to inform all presenters about the presentation guidelines.
Each presenter will be allotted 8 minutes to present their research paper. So in that 8 minutes, after 6 minutes, you will be given a warning bell, which will leave you with 2 minutes to conclude your paper, your presentation. Followed by a 3-minute questionnaire and feedback round by our respective session chairs. We request all presenters to kindly adhere to the time limit for the smooth conduct of the session.
We also request the audience to maintain silence and extend their cooperation with the presenters.
I would like to invite our first presenter, Mr. Rushikesh Singh and Ms. Pavani from Osmania University to present their research paper.
Good afternoon to honorable jury, respected faculty members and dear participants. We are presenting paper titled Curriculum Alignment with NEP 2020. I am Rishikesh Singh and my co-author Pasudha Pavani is with me. We are from Department of Commerce, Usmania University. I begin with introduction. Changes. Earlier education was mainly focused on memorizing the books, but today's students and educators need skills, technology and real life learning. So the NEP 2020 was introduced to bring the changes in education system. So it focuses on skill-based learning, experiential learning and overall development of student. Now objectives and research problem and gap. The NEP 2020 gives a good plan for education, but its implementation is different in many places. Most of the studies focus on India or a state as a whole, but very few studies focus on cities. So now our study focus on stakeholders view in Hyderabad. Objectives of our study. There are three main objectives in our study. That is, first, to understand what stakeholders are thinking about NEP 2020. Second, to study the role of experiential learning, technology and assessment. Third, to understand how experiential learning, multidisciplinary learning helps to the students. Methodology. We used primary and secondary data in our research. Primary data was collected from through a questionnaire from 100 respondents in Hyderabad. Secondary data was collected from NEP 2020 UGC, NCERT and UNESCO reports. Now I request my co-author Pavani to continue.
Thank you, Rishikesh. Now I am going to continue with next slides. Data now. This slide shows the main results of our study, and the first pie chart shows that 69% of respondents are aware of NEP 2020, which indicates strong policy in city level. And second slide shows that 79.2% of respondents believes that experiential learning is more effective than the rote learning. And these results clearly shows that positive stakeholders perception. Coming to next slide, discussion. This result shows that NEP 2020 is showing that reaching students well, and students prefer practical and activity-based learning process. Coming to next slide, findings and implications. So the major findings are most of the respondents have a positive view of NEP 2020, and experiential learning and flexible curriculum are strongly supported. So these findings are useful for colleges and policymakers while planning for courses. And next slide, conclusion and future scope. To conclude that NEP 2020 helps improves learning and student engagement. It supports flexible and future-ready education system. Then, in future, faculty and administrators can also be included, and the similar studies can be done in more cities and states. Coming to next slides, these are the key references we used for our study, and thank you for your time and patience. We are happy to answer your questions.
What was your objective, sir? Objectives of your work.
To know what stakeholders are thinking about NEP 2020, and then next.
So what was your conclusion on what is the stakeholders thinking on NEP 2020?
Positively, ma'am. They are thinking that its implementation will enhance the education and and as it is not implemented in area of Hyderabad, it's partially implemented, not completely. So they are thinking that its implementation will make better.
You said the second objective is experiential learning and technology and assessment. So how did you conclude that? How did you conclude that?
Experiential learning, most of the respondents chose that experiential learning is more effective than the rote learning. So
you mean to say this paper is totally on their opinions, that's it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, not as a question, but where from you collected this data? You said you have 100 respondents.
Yes.
So where from you collected and how you collect this data?
So within the boundaries of Hyderabad, such as students and some research scholars.
How you collected the data?
Through primary data, prepared a questionnaire, sir, and we forwarded through WhatsApp and Gmail.
Okay. This is an online survey kind of thing.
Yes.
Good. And how many questions are there in your questionnaire?
20, sir.
20. And how many demographic questions? Demographic is like a gender, age, group, qualifications. How many are there?
5, sir. Name, age, and gender. Aware of NEP 2020 or not?
This how you measure this experiential learning and NEP awareness? Only one question for that?
Yes.
Only one.
Yes.
So 5 plus 2, 7 only. What about the remaining 13 questions?
Many questions.
Many questions are there. There are different dimensions. Many questions are different. But where all those numbers are? Concise. Why can't? Is it not possible to put everything in one slide?
Main objectives.
Your data. You have 20 questions, right? 4 questions. There is a demographic. You are saying that you collected from students, the researchers, and different locations in Hyderabad and all. Unless otherwise you tell we are not able to see. And can't all those can be put in one slide? They ask you to concise the slide. It doesn't mean that they didn't ask you to not to give the information.
Main key points we include.
That's a key point. For your stakeholders. You are saying that experience learning, 70% of the candidates approved it. But it says only one question, response for only one question. This is one question, that is one question. But remaining 17 questions?
They are only 10 slides.
I'm saying that why don't you put this in one slide or 2 slides? Is it not possible? You use Canva? PowerPoint? Yeah, in PowerPoint is option you take all the images, 10 images, put it in one place, automatically it will arrange everything for you in one slide. Just I'm giving you, in the sense when you are making a presentation, audience need to know the complete picture of it. 10 slides, here very good that they ask you to provide 10 slides. But in our presentations, we ask friends to come up with only 3 slides. One introduction slide, one thank you slide, and only in one slide everything to explain. That's how we are talking about a national education policy using a technology. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your insightful presentation. I would like to invite our next presenters, Mr. Sahil Sahu, Mr. Ritika Atluri and team from Bhavan's Vivekanand College of Science, Arts and Humanities to present their research paper.
Good afternoon, respected chairperson, distinguished panel members and fellow researchers. I, Sahil Sahu, with my co-authors Ms. Ritika and Ms. Tanmay are here to present our study on digital mapping of skills in higher education, an empirical study on the Swayam platform in Hyderabad, Telangana. Next slide please. So coming to the introduction, the rapid digital transformation of higher education has shifted the focus from traditional degree-based learning to skills and competency development. In today's competitive job market, employers increasingly expect graduates to possess digital literacy, analytical thinking, problem-solving ability, and adaptability. To address this shift and bridge the digital skill gap, the Government of India has launched Swayam, a national MOOC, which stands for Massive Open Online Courses Platform, aimed at providing accessible, flexible, and industry-relevant online learning opportunities. While Swayam has significantly expanded access to education and promoted self-paced learning, there is still limited empirical evidence on its effectiveness in actually improving digital skills and employability outcomes among students. Much of the existing data focuses on enrollment and participation rather than measurable skills development and industry alignment. This forms the basis of a study. Moving to the research gap and problem. Existing literature on Swayam and similar platforms primarily examines awareness, accessibility, flexibility, and learner perceptions. Although these studies acknowledge Swayam's role in democratizing education, they also point out challenges such as infrastructure limitations and digital divide. However, there is a lack of comprehensive empirical research that directly links Swayam participation with industry-relevant digital competencies and employability outcomes. Additionally, the integration of such platforms within formal higher education institutions and the support mechanisms available to students remain unexplored. Moving on to the objectives. Therefore, this study is guided by two key objectives. First, to examine the role of the Swayam platform in facilitating digital skill mapping and competency development among higher education students in Hyderabad. Second, to assess the effectiveness of Swayam courses in enhancing employability-oriented digital skills and aligning them with current industry requirements. Through this research, we aim to provide insights into how digital learning platforms like Swayam can strengthen skill development, improve employability, and better integrate with higher education systems in India. Now, I would invite Ms. Ritika to carry on further. Thank you.
Thank you, Sahil. Moving on to the methodology, the study follows an empirical and descriptive research design. Referring to the research, it's based on real data collected from the students and aims to describe and analyze their perceptions rather than testing a theory experimentally. There are a few key points observed in the methodology, that is, that the primary data was collected using a structured questionnaire. The respondents were undergraduate and postgraduate students from selected higher education institutions in Hyderabad, Telangana. The questionnaire mainly focused on the students' awareness of Swayam courses, usage pattern of the Swayam courses, and students' perception of digital skill development through Swayam courses. Convenience sampling was used, meaning students who were easily accessible were selected. The collected data was analyzed using descriptive statistics, that is percentage, frequencies, and mean, etc., and inferential statistics, that is t-test and regression analysis. The purpose of this analysis was to examine the relationship between participation in the Swayam courses and employability-related competency enhancements. Next up, we have the analysis and key results. This slide represents the objectives of the study along with the hypotheses that were tested using statistical tools. Objective 1 was to examine the role of the Swayam platform in facilitating digital skill mapping and competency development among higher education students in Hyderabad, Telangana. According to the null hypothesis, that is H0, Swayam has no significant role in digital skill mapping and competency development among the students. According to the alternative hypothesis, that is H1, Swayam plays significant role in digital skill mapping and competency development. This objective was tested using t-test and the results showed a significant impact, leading to the rejection of H0 and acceptance of H1. Moving on to the objective 2, to assess the effectiveness of Swayam courses in enhancing learners' employability-oriented digital skills and in aligning them with industry requirements. According to the null hypothesis H0, Swayam courses are not effective in enhancing employability-oriented digital skills. And according to the alternative hypothesis, that is H1, Swayam courses are significantly effective in enhancing employability-oriented digital skills among the students. Regression analysis showed a positive and significant relationship, indicating that the Swayam courses contribute to the employability skill enhancement. Hence, H0 is rejected and H1 is accepted.
Next up, we have the discussion. Objective 1 was to test whether these Swayam platforms help in digital skill enhancement and competency development among higher education students. To test this, a sample t-test was conducted. The results showed that a majority of students agreed that Swayam help courses helped them identify digital skill gaps. Students felt that the Swayam courses improves their digital competencies. The p-value as shown in the graph is less than 0.05, which means that the result is statistically significant. Since the p-value is below 0.05, the null hypothesis H0, which states that Swayam has no significant role, is rejected. Instead, the alternative hypothesis H1 is accepted. Now I would like to hand over the presentation to Tanmay.
Thank you, Ritika. So coming to the second objective, the scatter plot shows the relationship between Swayam participation and employability-oriented digital skills. The pattern of the data points and the regression line indicate a significant association, proving that Swayam courses improve employability-oriented digital skills. Moving on to the findings and implications, the consolidated analysis shows that Swayam helps students identify skill gaps, improve technical skills, develop analytical and problem-solving abilities, and enhance digital literacy. Statistical analysis further confirms a strong link between Swayam usage and industry-relevant skills. And the implications or what can be done is integrate Swayam into curriculum, provide institutional support, increase awareness among students, encourage student and faculty engagement. To conclude, Swayam is an effective competency-based learning platform which bridges the gap between academia and industry. And greater support and awareness can enhance employability in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for that well-made presentation. Now the floor is open to the judges for asking questions.
What are the Swayam courses you have analyzed?
We haven't analyzed.
No, you are talking about all the courses of Swayam.
All the courses of Swayam which the students of all different colleges. We have analyzed the students' responses. So basically, if a student A has opted a course. Yes.
Sorry to cut you in. So, did you study what kind of courses is Swayam offering?
Yes, ma'am. We have studied different kinds of courses.
What are those? Can you list out a few?
Sure, ma'am. There are courses on digital marketing and AI. So there is one AI in marketing, there is one AI in social media and marketing, and then there is one related to accounts and commerce, and then related.
So when you are studying these Swayam courses, and you said that you have applied t-test.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the reason behind for applying t-test?
Ma'am, because we have distributed a questionnaire and we got the normally distributed data, so we applied of using t-test to get the certificate.
Why not any other quantitative technique, any other statistical tool? Why only t-test?
Because the data was normally distributed when we got the response from the students, and that is why t-test would fit in perfectly.
Any other thing also you distribute the data, right?
Yes. But as soon as we saw the data, we understood that t-test would fit in perfect.
So what's the reason behind applying t-test? Why does you feel that t-test only will be fitting in?
Well, because t-test helps us establish a significance between the two variables we have in our objective.
Any other statistical tool doesn't fit in understanding between two variables?
It does, but t-test is much easier.
Easier?
Yes.
You've thrown a very good. I ask you a question, which is kind of multiple choice. Say yes, no, or give an answer. I don't need to lengthy explanation.
Sure.
One is that first is a suggestion. The content that you put on a slide, it's not the appropriate thing. In the slides, obviously, when your slide is there, only bullet 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one. And that's a suggestion. Next is you said that you collected data from undergraduate and the postgraduate students in America and a convenience sample.
Yes.
So all the students who collected data, are they enrolled for the Swayam courses?
Yes.
Can you check that?
No, we did not cross verify.
If they are not enrolled into SWAYAM courses, then how is that they know that the SWAYAM course is the best?
Actually, in the questionnaire, it was we asked the question if the students who have opted for the SWAYAM courses, then we proceeded with the.
That's what I'm saying. If students said that they're going to opt for SWAYAM courses.
No, we asked the question if the particular student has gone through the SWAYAM
That's
courses.
what I'm saying. There have been all the students from whom we collected data, they are enrolled for SWAYAM courses.
Yeah, there are few questions who didn't. There are few students who did not opt for the SWAYAM courses, so we did not conclude them into the analysis. And there are few, we only consider those students who have opted for the SWAYAM courses into the
I want
analysis.
answers yes, no.
Yes, we have.
That's it. So, yeah. You were mentioning that both null and alternate both the hypothesis.
Yes,
What's the
H0.
purpose? Why is that, once you have a H0, why is that again you are putting H1?
Because null hypothesis, we need an alternative for the
No,
hypothesis.
it is alternative. No? Why is it you write two alternatives? Generally we don't write. Only one is a sufficient. Then you write null or you write the alternate. Okay. Then you said the t-test. That normal distribution and all comes later on. But which t-test you used? Independent two sample t-test, one sample t-test. One sample t-test. Okay. So one sample t-test you measured on the responses you measured on which scale?
Sir,
when I say the student is there, so you have a question, the student is there enrolled for a particular this. So what is the question that you ask and what is the response that you provide? So suppose awareness of the SWAYAM platform.
okay.
So what kind of a questions that you ask and which scale you ask?
So if you are talking about awareness of SWAYAM platform, we used a Likert scale and we.
Likert scale you used.
Yes.
So you got the data on the continuous scale or the ordinal scale?
We got it on ordinal scale.
What for ordinal scale data can we use the t-test? That's a one. Okay, fine. Assuming that you consider the data as a continuous data. So you have a responses.
Yes.
And you say that you usually one sample t-test. So once you have to make a comparison. Right? So with which you compare?
To make the comparison, we had the two hypotheses, H0 and H1.
H0, what is the comparison? Say, you got responses here. So these responses need to be compared. T-test compares these responses with something, right?
Yes.
So what is the other?
Sir, hypothesis? I'm sorry. Hypothesis. From the hypothesis, we compared the hypothesis to the answers.
Compared with what? Let us say if I have to say you are a top among the 10 presentations. Then what is it I need to do? I have to take all the 10 score and you compare it with the other 10 students. But in this case, what is your comparison with it?
Results of the respondents. We are comparing hypothesis to the results of the respondents.
The responses are there. How you compare? Then in the results, you didn't mention about the t-test statistics data, but suddenly you came to the regression analysis. Why? Because entire thing you are saying that you use the t-test, but your presentation shows a regression.
But for objective 1, we have used t-test. For objective 2, we have used regression analysis.
Okay. Regression is what is your independent variable and what is your dependent variable?
So in the second objective, the objective is to assess the effectiveness of SWAYAM courses in enhancing employability-oriented digital skills and aligning them with current industry. So our independent variable is the independent variable is the current industry requirements and dependent variable is employability-oriented digital skills.
But where is the SWAYAM?
Because SWAYAM is offering the courses. We have chosen SWAYAM as a topic since SWAYAM courses.
So SWAYAM is independent or dependent?
SWAYAM is independent.
I would now like to invite C. Medashri and Dean from Bhavan's Vivekananda College of Science, Arts and Humanities to present their research paper.
Technology will not replace teachers, but technology in the hands of great educators can transform education. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Medhashri and my teammates are Vivek, Suryateja and Sai Manas. Today we will be presenting on the topic technology driven and evaluation in innovation and challenges in higher education. Moving on to the next slide. Introduction. Technology has completely changed how we assess students today. We moved from paper and pen to online exams, AI grading and automated evaluations. This shift brings three main benefits. First, students get an instant feedback. Second, we get better data to understand how students are learning. And thirdly, we can test thousands of students at the same time. But it's not all the good news. We also face some challenges like cheating, privacy concerns, and questions about whether machines should grade the students or not. Moving on to the next slide. Research scope. This study focuses on the tools from 2018 to 2025. We mainly examined four main areas: online tests, learning analytics that track students' performance, AI-based grading systems, and automatic assessment tools. Basically, we are looking at everything technology does to help to evaluate the students today. Moving on will be told by Rethinking.
So I'll be continuing with the objectives. We have three goals in the study. First, to review what innovations are working well. Second, to understand what challenges like inequality, privacy, and cheating and without any plagiarism. And third, to promote ethical use of technology. We want assessment that's fair and helps all students succeed. And next slide, please. The research methodology. We have done qualitative analysis of articles from the year 2018 to year 2025 and studied two real examples, Georgia State University's analytics system and Coursera's AI grading. These case studies give us actual results and impacts. And review of literature. From the year 2012, Purdue University showed that the predictive analytics improved student success by 21%. Georgia State started using similar systems in the year 2013. By 2015, automated grading was proven efficient but had some limitations. And in the year 2019, research showed that AI grading matched expert grades by 89% of that time. So technology has been growing steadily, more accurate and helpful. And my friend Manas will continue.
Thank you, Surya. So, next slide. Case study 1, which we have Georgia State. Now let's look at the Georgia State University. They created a GPS advising system that tracks 900 risk factors for 53,000 students in real time. Think of it like a warning system that alerts advisors when students might be struggling. Their graduation rate jumped from 54% in 2018 to 63% by 2024. That's a huge improvement. They have achieved by using AI to predict which students need help and then providing support before they fail. Next slide. Georgia State challenges. But Georgia State also faced problems. First, privacy concerns. Students worried about being constantly tracked. Second, it was expensive, $7.2 million to build and maintain. Third, and there were worries about algorithm bias affecting minority students unfairly. And fourth, not all staff and had digital skills to use the system properly. Next slide. The case study 2, Coursera. Our second example, case study 2, Coursera, the online learning platform. They use AI to grade 180 million assessment every year. In 2023, they started using GPT-4 to grade essays and coding assignments. The impact was that they served 148 million learners worldwide, and grading that used to make 2 to 3 days now happens instantly. Students get immediate feedback on their work. Now my co-presenter Vivek.
Thank you, Manas. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to speak about the Coursera challenges. Coursera also faces the challenges like academic dishonesty increased because it's easier to cheat on the animated test, and the AI struggle to detect them when students use ChatGPT to write their assignments. There are also cultural and language issues that AI might grade unfairly across different cultures, and finally, the digital divide means not everyone has good internet access. Whereas discussion and conclusion. Technology-driven assessment offers amazing benefits such as it's efficient, scalable, and can handle millions of students. But we must address the challenge of access, privacy, and academic integrity. And our recommendations are like ensure digital equity by providing alternatives for students without technology access, create clear ethical guidelines, use external AI so we can understand how decisions are made and combine AI with human oversight. The future isn't choosing between humans or machine reading, it's finding the right balance between both. Move on to the next one. These are the references and last but not least, we will like to end up with the learning is a product of the activity of learners. Technology can assess and evaluate, but it should always serve the learning process, not replace the human element of education. Thank you for your attention.
The topic name is Technology-Driven Assessment and Evaluation, Innovation and Challenges in Higher Education. It's a title app for the data and
it's going to be track 2, ma'am. We are on the track 2, which is the data-driven decision making, but we were moved on into track 1.
That's fine. I'm asking about justifying your title with the data. Justify.
So we just took the 2 case studies, which is Georgia State University and Coursera, which mainly focuses on the education of the students, right?
I don't have much questions to pose here because not finding the title related. That's why. Okay? Yes. Thank you.
My question is, what exactly your study is about?
So how the innovations are taking place in the state university and how...
And you said you studied it from 2018 to 2025, 7 years of data.
The base paper we took and we studied on that base paper.
The 2 cases that you have considered there, so far the Georgia University and Coursera, have you collected the data all the years from starting from 2018 to 2025 each year?
No, so it was already a research paper, which is the base paper we took, and then we prepared our own research.
So what is your contribution?
We just took the base paper and we did this.
What is the base paper?
It's in the...
You tell me.
This is the Georgia State University research, which already
Georgia State University wrote one paper and published it. From there you got the paper and reproducing it here. What is your contribution? What is your contribution?
So challenges faced by them.
Only they mentioned, right?
No, they were not mentioned in that base paper.
How you identify that Georgia State University facing these challenges? Did you speak to anyone with Georgia?
We just took from other base papers, like we just collected from here.
See, this is completely, I'm not just criticizing you, I'm giving you an input. So I'm a Georgia State University. Now you are saying that what I did is this, and this is where I got the fault. And you never contacted me. You never spoke to me. And how you can tell about me? Getting my point? Similarly, second case study is a Coursera. So have you approached the Coursera? Talk to anyone in Coursera? What is your assessment and all? Or have you gone through with the publications, press releases of Coursera?
This is the secondary data.
That's what I'm saying. I'm asking secondary data. If you go to a Coursera, University of Georgia, there, manuals there, guidelines, anything there, instead of, when you say the case studies, 2 case studies you do, you say the case study, and you are saying the timeline of 2018 to 2025. So you have to study this entire 7-year period, particularly university, what happened there, from their official records available. Then only you can make it count.
I couldn't access those.
Then you should not. You're getting my point? Without knowing about me, you say that you are a bad guy. Is it acceptable? So when you are looking at a case studies, you need to be very specific to that. You should have done in-depth analysis, secondary data only. When you have done the in-depth analysis of that, then only you should do it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Now I would like to invite Mr. Ankit Jayakumar and team from St. Joseph's Degree and PG College to present their research paper.
Good afternoon everyone present here. We are Sandhya Raghavani and Ankit Jayakumar and we are here to present our resource titled Digital Transformation and Business Education India Evaluating Implementation of NEP 2020 and Institutional Readiness. The National Education Policy represents one of the most significant reforms in Indian higher education in decades. It positions technology as central driver to access, quality and accountability through blended learning, flexible credit systems and digital capacity building. This shift is particularly critical for business education which operates on a rapidly evolving digital economy shaped by analytics, automation and AI. Institutions must align teaching frameworks with this reality. But despite a strong framework, implementation varies across institutions due to differences in infrastructure, faculty readiness and governance. This study examines that policy to practice gap. Moving on to research problem in gap. NEP 2020 mandates large-scale digital transformation in higher education, but actual readiness of institutions remains unclear. While policy objectives are well defined, there is very limited consolidated evidence on whether institutions possess the infrastructure, faculty capability, and institutional support required for effective implementation. Most existing research focuses on policy design rather than execution, and very few studies specifically assess the business education under NEP 2020. This study addresses that gap by systematically evaluating institutional preparedness for technology-based learning. Coming to the objectives, first, we aim to assess how well business education in India aligns with NEP 2020's digital vision and measures institutional readiness. And second, we identify urban-rural, public-private, digital gap, digital education trends in India and recommend practical solutions for inclusive digital education.
Now moving to methodology. Our study follows a descriptive and analytical research design. We rely entirely on secondary data, so nothing is based on opinions or guesses. Only official and credible sources, including AISHE, ASER, Ministry of Education, along with industry studies have been used. Our key independent variables are digital infrastructure, faculty, digital capacity, and institutional support systems. Our dependent variables are the effectiveness of NEP 2020 implementation and overall institutional readiness. For analysis, we used policy content analysis and comparative analysis across land use, classifications, and institutional types. Coming to our analysis and key results. First, we observe a clear infrastructure divide. Urban institutions are significantly better connected than rural ones. According to TRAI data, rural tele-density is around 59% compared to 134% in urban areas. This means that even if colleges want to implement online learning, many rural institutions simply do not have stable digital infrastructure. Second, we see a public versus private gap. AISHE data shows that about 78.5% of colleges are private, while only 21.5% are government run. Similarly, there is a mass disparity seen in enrollment rates, where private institutes see an enrollment rate of 65% and government run institutes see an enrollment of 35%. Private institutions generally have better funding and technology, which makes them much more digitally ready. Many public colleges, especially in rural areas, struggle due to limited resources. Third, we assess access remains a serious issue. ASER 2023 data shows that although most rural youth can use a phone, only 31% actually own one. This percentage is even more lower when it comes to female ownership, standing at just 19.8%. This means students often depend on shared devices, which limits real-time participation in digital learning. Overall, our key takeaway is simple. Digital infrastructure exists in India, but meaningful access does not. This directly affects how well NEP 2020 can be implemented on the ground. Now, what do these results actually mean? There is a clear policy versus reality gap. NEP 2020 is strong in vision, but its execution is uneven across institutions. Urban colleges have a clear advantage because of better connectivity and resources. This allows them to adopt online and blended learning more smoothly. In contrast, rural colleges face structural barriers, weak internet, limited devices, and fewer digital facilities. Even when networks exist, students often lack personal access. We also see a public-private divide. Private institutions are generally ahead in digital readiness, while many private colleges lag due to funding constraints. Most importantly, technology alone is not enough. Even where internet exists, lack of trained faculty slows real digital transformation. So in short, digital reform works where capacity exists and stalls where it does not. This confirms the disparities we set out to study.
Moving on to findings and implications, the analysis indicates disparities in digital readiness, including an urban-rural divide, slower digital adoption in many public institutions. While internet access has expanded, differences in infrastructure quality, faculty preparedness, and device ownership continue to affect effective implementation. But the more critical takeaway lies with the implications. First, strengthening rural broadband infrastructure is essential to ensure equitable access. Second, improving affordability of devices such as laptops and tablets can significantly reduce participation gaps. Third, faculty digital training should be structured and mandatory to ensure meaningful teaching frameworks integration, not just technical adoption. Finally, public-private partnership can accelerate technology support and resource mobilization. Addressing these areas is vital to transform NEP's 2020 digital vision from policy aspiration into sustainable institutional practice.
To conclude, NEP 2020 is a visionary policy, but its digital implementation remains uneven across India's business education sector. While some institutions, mainly urban and private, have made strong progress, many rural and public colleges still struggle with basic digital readiness. Our study shows that without three things, reliable internet, personal devices, and trained faculty, digital reform cannot succeed no matter how good a policy is. Key contribution of our research is that it provides clear evidence of urban, rural, and public-private gaps in digital readiness, rather than just discussing them theoretically. It also highlights that infrastructure alone is not sufficient. Institutional and human capacity matter just as much. For future research, we recommend primary surveys of colleges and students on a macro level to capture ground realities across India more directly. Researchers should also measure actual learning outcomes from online tools rather than just access. Finally, institution-level digital audits could help policymakers identify exactly where support is needed. Next slide. These are some of the key references that we have made use of. In simple terms, NEP is strong on vision but needs stronger ground capacity to truly work. Thank you.
Thank you for that engaging presentation. The floor is now open to judges to ask the questions.
Yeah, I have only simple questions. What's the total population of the country, India?
Currently, the population stands at around 146 crores.
How many of these have mobile phone, digital smartphones with internet access?
I'm unaware of the total number, but when it comes to youth or ownership of smartphones, it stands at 31%.
Where from you got this data?
AISSE.
AISSE mentioned that only 35% of the youth got the data.
Has ownership of mobile devices.
Ownership of mobile device, see, this country has got almost 100 crore mobile connections there. Almost every student in the country has a mobile phone. That's the first thing. And how many business schools are there in the country which are offering MBA program?
I'm sorry, I haven't.
You said you are mentioning the AIT report. You should know how many institutions. And you are saying that there is a digital divide between private institutions and the public institutions. So how many public institutions are there in the country and how many private institutions are there in the country?
The
The total number of private institutions stand at 33,632, while government colleges stand at 9,193.
So this is talking about which educational institutions? Management educational institutions or general educational institutions?
General institutions.
But your studies focus on management educational institutions, right? And you are very loosely saying that there is a digital infrastructure divide is there. Private institutions are having enough money, resources, and all government institutions do not have. Where from you got the data?
All the data we have collected comes from AISSG,
website,
ASER report.
AISSG website. You go to that what is the number of government institutions they have, what is the infrastructure facility they have, broadband they have, how many number of faculty members they have, what is the students enrollment in these institutions, proportion of student enrollment there is, and the private institutions enrollments.
Yes, we've seen enrollment percentages. In private institutions, it stands at 65.2%, while government institutes stands at 34.8% total enrollments.
That is, you are talking about total enrollment private institution. Proportion of number of students in private institution per institution, how many number of students? That's how we measure infrastructure, right? We are talking about a total number. It's even 100 students enrolled. In 100 students, 36 enrolled in a government institution. Remaining people, 64 enrolled in a 56 enrolled in a private institution. But that is not where how we measure the infrastructure requirement. In a public university, let us say there is a 40,000 students who are studying in it. How many number of faculty members are studying? What is the faculty ratio? So those actually makes more sense. On this particular reports and all, entire report that you have mentioned, the statistics, everything is wrong.
Very short to read the more
You evaluating the NEP 2020, right? So you are talking about implementation and its industrial readiness. So what do you think NEP is? What is its object? What is the objective of NEP?
The objective of NEP as a whole is to bring India's education system on par to that of our global competitors, to make sure that India's youth is ready when it steps into either working or starting their business.
Correct. Okay. Outcome you are not exactly fine. But is your topic, when you are saying you are evaluating and that way you are studying from the secondary data, then you need to understand what exactly is NEP and how is it that mission put forward to implement it. So I think you need to make a proper study more on that and then evaluate.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I now like to invite Mr. Twinkle Sharma and team from Bhavan's Vivekananda College to present their paper.
A very warm good afternoon to one and all present here. I, Twinkle Sharma, along with my co-authors, Mr. Prem and Mr. Manoj, are here to present our paper titled Educational Audio Podcast in the Digital Era, a study of usage pattern and listeners' preference. In today's digital world, technology has transformed how people learn and access information. Podcasts have become popular, especially among young people, because they are convenient, flexible, and accessible anytime on smartphones. They also allow multitasking, making them ideal for the entertainment, news, and self-development. Podcasts have entered the educational sector, offering flexible and self-paced learning beyond the classrooms. However, despite their potential, educational podcasts are used less than the entertainment podcasts due to low awareness, preference for visual media, time constraint, and limited interest in audio-based learning. Coming to the research gap. The literature review shows that many studies support the effectiveness of educational podcasts in improving learning through flexibility and engagement.
However, there are clear research gaps, limited studies, focus on awareness and adoption of educational podcasts, and there is insufficient research on why learners prefer entertainment podcasts over educational ones. Also, real-life usage patterns across digital platforms are not well studied, especially in the Indian undergraduate context. Therefore, this study aims to examine awareness level, usage pattern and factors influencing podcast preference among undergraduate students. The objectives of the study are to study the range of awareness among audio content consumer about educational podcasts in the form of audio, to identify the factors influencing people to consume non-productive content rather than educational audio podcasts. Now I would like to invite Mr. Prem to continue further.
Thank you, Ms. Twinkle Sharma. Continuing with the methodology, the study uses a descriptive research design to examine awareness, usage pattern, and preferences related to educational audio podcasts among undergraduate students. Primary data was collected through a structured questionnaire from 53 selected by a convenient sampling model. Data was analyzed using Jamovi with the descriptive statistics and 1 by ANOVA for group comparisons. Now, beginning with the analysis, our first objective is to understand how aware respondents are about educational audio podcasts. A composite awareness score-based 4-statement showed a mean value of 3.87, which is higher than the midpoint of 3, indicating a high level of awareness of educational audio podcasts among respondents. The standard deviation got a value of 0.915, reflecting moderate variations in the awareness levels. Convex alpha showed a value of 0.79, confirming a strong internal consistency of awareness scale. 1 by ANOVA showed a F value of 0.673 and P value of 0.525, which indicates showing no significant difference in awareness across listeners. So continuing with the second objective, where descriptive analysis shows all 5 factors influencing preferences for non-productive audio content, which means with a mean value of 3, indicating significant impact. The strong factor is preference for video-based content with a mean value of 4.3, which is significantly high, followed by mental effort, low entertainment value, and time constraints, lack of interest. Standard deviation value suggests constant responses among participants. Over to the discussion. There is no significant difference in awareness across consumer category, indicating uniform high awareness of educational audio podcasts. However, usage remains low with a mean value of 2.3, which is slightly lesser than the midpoint of 3, relieving a gap between awareness and actual listening behavior. Media preferences for visual engaging and low effort content plays a strong role that lacks awareness in discouraging educational audio podcasts among consumers. Now I would like to invite Mr. Manoj to continue the further.
Thank you, Mr. Prem. I will briefly present the key findings of the study and their implications. A central finding of the study is the noticeable gap between awareness and actual usage of educational audio podcasts. The analysis indicates that respondents demonstrate a high level of awareness. Most participants are familiar with podcasts and acknowledge their educational potential. However, despite this awareness, regular engagement with educational podcasts remains low. This contrast clearly suggests that awareness alone is not sufficient to influence listening behavior. To understand this disparity, the study examined listener preferences and behavioral factors. The most influential factor was the strong preference for video-based content, highlighting learners' inclination towards visual media over audio-only format. Additionally, educational podcasts are often perceived as mentally demanding and comparatively less entertaining, which reduces their appeal in leisure-driven context. Time limitation and reduced interest further contribute to this pattern. Collectively, these findings indicates that learners' behavior is shaped more by media consumption habits and perceived cognitive efforts than lack of awareness. These results imply that increasing adoption of educational podcasts requires strategic content design rather than simple awareness initiatives. Educational podcasts must become more engaging, concise, and aligned with learner expectations Blending audio with minimal visual support and integrating podcast and academic activities may significantly improve acceptance and usage. In conclusion, the study establishes that the challenge is not visibility but behavioral conversion. Learners are aware of educational podcasts, yet their preferences, attention pattern and perception determines actual usage. This underscores a critical insight. Educational technologies succeed not merely through availability but through alignment with user behavior. Educational audio podcasts possess substantial potential, but their impact depends upon how effectively they adapt to evolving learners' habits. Future research may explore platform-specific engagement, content design strategies, and long-term learning outcomes associated with structured podcast integration. Thank you very much.
The judges will begin with the question.
You say that there is an awareness, but there is no actual usage, correct?
Yes.
So before getting into this details, what are the educational podcasts you know about?
Educational podcast
Platforms.
there are many platforms, including Spotify also provides educational podcast, and Ghana also provides educational podcast. Even Wink also provides educational podcasts, and there are many more platforms which provides educational podcast facilities.
Can you mention about any one person's name or post who takes on, who is very imperative?
I would say Physics Wala, and also sometimes Ranveer Alabadia also takes an educational podcast.
Who is most commonly acceptable now among the youth? Educational podcast?
I would say Ranveer Alabadia.
Why do you think there is, you said low actual usage, fine, but why do you think, how do we overcome this?
As I mentioned in my suggestions, by making the audio podcast more engaging and reducing the length of the audio podcast to make it concise and reducing the difficulty of time constant.
To get you more aligned with the today's topic, if I ask you, how do we use this linked up with your higher education? How do we link up educational podcast in higher education to result it into good usage?
Firstly, it depends upon students to adapt educational podcast and listen to them. But if we talk about from educational institutions, they can.
I'm not asking for educational institutions. I'm saying that how do you make the students listen to this?
Suppose if I'm doing CA or something, particularly based on like any professional courses, and I'm not attending the colleges as of now, so I have a chance of attending the podcast through which I can listen and I can get the knowledge through that.
But then your answer says that they should not attend college.
I mean, if I'm doing the CA courses, right, and professional courses, so I'll not be able to attend the classes, right?
Yeah.
So like to manage both the studies together, I can listen to the educational podcast.
So educational podcast should be also specifically designed towards the professional courses?
It depends on the users.
I'm not asking
it is,
users.
yes.
So that's one more. Other than that, how do we make the students listen to educational podcast?
To make it interesting and engaging, and even the time constraint, like there might be a chances where the people listen to all these specific topics and with a constant time limit. So it should be like not more focusing on a length of the audios rather than providing the exact meaning of the topics.
How more motivational you can make it?
By providing the lifetime examples to the listeners.
You can just think on that point much.
This is pretty interesting. My point is,
how is it you assess audience's responses to this podcast? Because podcast is an audio, you are talking about audio podcast, and you have a questionnaire. So you use the Likert scale statements, and from there you got the responses?
We use the Likert scale questionnaire to get the responses.
Okay. And from 53 respondents, who are the sample? You said convenience sample. This belongs to your Bhavans College students?
It belongs to Bhavans College and also Loyola, and few of the respondents are from St. Francis College.
Okay. St. Francis, Bhavans and Loyola students. Fine. Now, when it comes to the podcast, you are saying the podcast is not. What is the final result that you mentioned here related to podcast? Is it effective, ineffective, or need to be more effective?
Need to be more effective.
Need to be more effective. Need to be more effective. You are suggesting that
more awareness should be spread, and the usage is very low as of now. It should be low.
The question is now, why usage is low? As you said, interesting factors are not there, then the videos are. But somebody said, what is it? Large some money, or you interview with individuals? No? Not Ranveer. I'm talking about a podcast, video podcast. Raj Hands. Rajman, 2.5 hours of a podcast every time. Crazily people are watching. Going on education podcasts.
That also includes visuals sometimes, but we are specifically talking about.
Now, similar to audio educational podcasts, are there any video education podcasts also? They're not there. Another small question is, like already there is so much of content on YouTube. As you are mentioning, short videos are 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and Insta also there are things which are 1 minute and all. So, you answer, the podcast should also be similar to that. But because there is so much of content over there, why is that the students will go to these podcasts, audio podcasts? Because content is available already there on YouTube, right? So what is your suggestion to the people who are creating audio podcasts? Because so much of content is available, right? Every topic, as you see, the CA is there. I want to learn some topic, right? Variable cost I want to learn, or marginal cost. What do you ask it? Less than 3 minute video, hundreds of videos you will get. You analyze it. But what is it the podcasters, audio podcasters need to do to get attention of students?
So this is basically when we do something stuff or when we travel, some topics or something specific genre niches which are related to only theory part, which is will be helpful while we can save time, and we need to be like a short and very interactive on point, which helps students to understand the main concept of the theory. And when we talk about time constraint, which is very long.
If you are given an option of a video podcast and audio podcast, or traveling, while coming to traveling, video podcast, audio podcast, which one you prefer?
We generally speak about
both are short only. 3 minutes. One is audio podcast, one is a video podcast. You are traveling in a bus, public bus transportation. So which one you prefer?
Audio.
Audio podcast, not a video.
Because it's very convenient to put earphones or anything to listen.
Video also same, no?
Yeah, but it's very difficult in public place to carry a phone and stand, or even don't get a place to sit.
Thank you.
Thank you for that creative presentation. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Umaima Afreen, a lecturer from Andesa Women's College, to present her paper. I would like to clarify, Ms. Afreen is a student, not a lecturer.
Good morning, panel members and participants. Myself, Umaima Afreen, Department of Commerce from Annie Women's Degree College. And my paper presentation title is A Descriptive Study on the Gap Between Business Education Curriculum and Industry Study Requirement in India based on secondary data. So starting with introduction and background of business education. Business education plays a crucial role in preparing students for professional and managerial careers. However, with rapid technological advancements and globalization, industry expects are evolving quickly. This gap is created between students who learn in classrooms and what employers expect in the workplace. This study focuses on understanding and analyzing that gap in India. Moving on to the next slide, which is problem statement and objectives. Despite completing formal business education, many graduates lack industry-ready skills. This gap challenges for both employers and fresh graduates. The study objectives are to examine existing business education curriculum and to identify the key skills required by industry, and to analyze that gap between academic learning and industrial needs. Moving on to the next slide, scope and methodology. The study focuses on business education in India and general industry requirements. A descriptive study research design is adopted, and the study is based on secondary data collected from research journals, industrial reports such as government publications and credible academic sources. The next slide is industry skill requirements. Industries today expect more than theoretical knowledge. They require strong communication skills, teamwork, adaptability, digital competence, critical thinking, and practical exposure. For example, companies expect graduates to be comfortable with tools like data, Excel analytics, basic data interpretation, and digital platforms. Various industries reports also indicate that many graduates are not fully employable due to lack of this practical and soft skills development. Next slide. The existing business education curriculum largely emphasizes theoretical knowledge. There is limited exposure to internships, life projects, and real-world applications. Soft skills and digital tools are not always systematically integrated. Additionally, curriculum revision often does not keep pace with industry changes. The next slide, gap and its impact. This creates a mismatch between academic preparation and workplace exposure. As a result, graduates' employability decreases. Employees incur additional charges, additional training costs, and students face difficulty to transition in professional roles. The next slide, suggestions and conclusion. To bridge this gap, curriculum revision must involve industry exposure, participation, internships, life project, case-based learning should be strengthened. Greater focus on digital skills and soft skills development is essential. In conclusion, aligning business education with industry requirements is crucial for improving employability and strengthening India's workforce readiness. Thank you. I welcome your questions.
Your data is secondary.
Yes.
In one shot, if you have to say, from your total study, what is the skill set the industry require?
I think the industry require more than just theoretical knowledge.
That's a general answer.
Yeah.
Just tell me in specific form, skill sets.
In specific forms, they want skills which many people consider which are normal, like soft skills.
So what are those skills?
Like critical thinking and communication, strong communication skills. These skills are mostly compared that it's easy, but most of the industry.
Why do you think communication skill is important?
Because communication skills differ from person to person. If I'm talking to my mom, I respect her. If I'm talking to my friend,
why is business requires or industry require communication skills?
They require communication skills so that a person, it shows the capability of the person, knowledge of the person. a person, how knowledgeable is that person. Even a non-educated person needs communication skills so that they can be hired in a company.
It's totally a secondary data.
Yes.
So, what are the references? Did you mention the references for me about the data?
Yeah, it's in my full paper, but if you want, I can name you the references.
So, name one industry which said that I want communication skills.
I'm sorry, but they don't mention specifically they want communication skills. It is a very soft skill, but they actually look for communication skills.
So it's perception, right?
Yeah, we can say that.
Thank you.
Yeah, a few. As you mentioned, the suggestions and competence and all, a lot of revision is required in a particular. But as far as I know, on being the academia, today every education institution has an industry participation.
Yeah.
Look at your faculty members, ask them what is the board of members. So industry is there, your alumni is there, your people all are there. Then internships are there, live projects are there, case-based learning is there, industry academic collaboration is there, digital skills is there, soft skills is there, everything is there. What is the new solution that you gave there? All our old solutions are there.
Yeah. Actually, if we are looking for this, your perspective, I think they are available now. But it's growing. It's not like it's developed. It's in developing. Yeah, it's there.
They are there. They are there.
It's there, but it's
What is the
growing.
new suggestion that you are making?
My suggestion is that it's growing, but it's not like everyone have access to it.
Why? You are doing your BCom program. Are you not supposed to do that project?
I'm supposed to do, but it, like, sometimes many colleges focuses on traditional teaching models.
No college is focusing on that. Every college, because it's a university mandate saying that every student has to go for internship. The university student can't say or college can't say that my students will not go for internship. They have to go.
Yeah, but if I say that it's in the, if I'm studying BCom, it's in the final year where you go internships. I'm in first year, and I look that it should be from the starting year of the degree, so that people and students can know that it's developing. There will be a lot of chances if it's only accessible in third year.
That should be your suggestion.
Yeah, it should be mentioned in the full paper. I just got into bullet points so that it won't be that detailed. Like cut to the point. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. For the final presentation of this track, I invite Ms. Pragati Agarwal and Tanish Pagadala from St. Joseph's Degree and PG College to present their paper.
Good afternoon, respected panel members, respected faculty members, and my fellow researchers. We are pleased to present our study on educational technologies in management and commerce education, which primarily focus on innovation and trends in Hyderabad. Our study primarily focuses on and it's based on how essential educational technology has become. But it also includes, is it really beneficial to the students? Is it really essential for teachers to go that far? Or is it really building that coordination between students and teachers? Now, let's answer these questions through our study. Moving on to the introduction. Higher education especially has been going through a phase of rapid digital transformation. Rapid digital transformation, when I say, I mean that there have been implementation of tools like learning management systems, digital learning platforms, classrooms, Google Classrooms, online means, and many more stuff. And which takes me to my second point, that there has been a shift, a literal shift from daily chalk and talk methods to a literal digital learning platform and learning management systems, and where people have access to online, where they can submit their online assessments and they can do their homework online as well. And my third point goes like, growing importance of technology in commerce and management studies has been taking place. It basically says it basically makes the whole point of it, that it has been so important that it is not just an option now, and it has become essential for us in this stage. Moving on to our purpose and objective of this study. The main purpose and objective of this study was to examine how essential the educational technology has become. But the downside to that is that it is non-uniform throughout the state. Not all the regions, not all the areas get access to that technology. Not all of them are getting that access. But it has been, it is variable through institutions like higher education institutions do have access to it. And to identify emerging trends and tools, like I said, there have been different tools. Like if you see, even if in schools, there have been smart boards introduced for students to study. And there have been online apps of schools. Like previously, 10 years before, there were no apps. There were no online systems. There were no platforms. And which takes me to my last point, to understand challenges in adoption. That basically is how students and faculty members perceive it. It's very important if you see how students perceive it. If students are very lethargic and reluctant in taking up of educational technology, then it's of no use. And if faculty is reluctant, and if faculty is not aware about educational technology and they are reluctant about it, then it's of no use. Moving on to the need for study. The need arises only when there has been a non-uniform implementation, when there has been a non-uniform flourishment of educational technology. Not all the regions get access. I've been repeating this statement like a stuck gramophone, that not all the institutions get that access, and not all the faculty members are aware of that. And like I said, limited regional studies focusing on Hyderabad. There are only limited regions in which this technology is accessible. Moving on to the scope of study. The scope of study, our scope, primarily is confined and limited to selected higher education institutions in Hyderabad, which are of commerce and which offer courses of commerce and management. And the most important thing that we include in our scope is how students and faculty perceive it. How faculty is reacting to adopting the digital technology and how students are doing it as well. Moving on to the review of literature, according to the reports of UGC and AICTE, which is UGC Union Grants Commission, and AICTE, All India Council of Technological Education, reported that students have shown a very good inclination towards learning from educational technology. Like in daily life, if I explain, we tend to run to AI, we tend to run to internet, we tend to run to digital platforms when we don't get anything. We tend to run to that, and even faculty members have adopted that. And according to the reports of Rao and Mehta, students have shown inclination. And according to the NASCOM, it has certified that Hyderabad is an emerging edtech hub. Though adoption levels vary, this is where it changes. Though adoption levels vary, like I said, not all the areas are getting access to it. Moving on. Hypothesis. We have formulated on the basis of objectives, we have formulated null and alternative hypothesis, which says EdTech has no significant impact, where the null hypothesis says that it has no significant impact, and its opposite says EdTech has a positive impact, and faculty attitude does not influence adoption. That is the null hypothesis, which has been rejected. We'll know it in the next slide. Like we know, if I give you a fair statistics, 60% of the majority faculty, including faculty members and students, have shown that 60% of people, it's more than 50%, that they have, it showed their inclination towards adopting the educational technology. Moving on to the methodology. Methodology of our research is descriptive and also percentage-based descriptive analysis. Which means if majority of the students, majority of the responses have been for the alternative hypothesis, it automatically rejects the null hypothesis. And data collection is primarily we have collected our data through a questionnaire. We have conducted forms, we have released forms. And secondly was journals and reports, like I mentioned. And sampling technique was convenient sampling, and our sample size was 105 respondents. I'd like to let my boss.
Moving on to analysis and key results. This analysis shows a strong agreement that EdTech enhances understanding of commerce and management concepts. More than 60% of the respondents felt that it improves teaching effectiveness and academic performance. A significant majority also agreed that educational technology will play a key role in future of commerce and management education. Moving on to next slide. Moving on to discussion. Overall responses reflects a favorable impact The findings also indicate that the findings further suggest that students believe educational technology will play a significant role in future. Overall, the responses highlights a favorable attitude towards integration of educational technology in higher institutions. Moving on to next slide. Findings. Wide adoption of EdTech in Hyderabad increases engagement and flexibility. Infrastructure and digital literacy gap exist and blended learning emerging as preferred mode. However, gaps in infrastructure and digital literacy still exist, particularly among faculties. Next slide. Moving on to suggestions. Based on findings, we recommend proper regular faculty development programs.
Thank you for that presentation. We will now begin the interactive questionnaire round.
Yeah. Now, just from entire thing, just can you go back to your hypothesis, like previous. Here you made EdTech has no significant impact. There's a damning statement. Impact on what, where, when, why, how?
We actually formulated a null hypothesis on that basis.
Hypothesis, EdTech has no significant impact. ... What?
That is the statement that people have to agree upon or disagree upon. On that basis, if it actually has a significant impact or not, according to their perception.
On what?
Because as it is a descriptive research, it is based on person.
EdTech has no significant impact. On what?
Significant impact on education. Because EdTech, educational technology, EdTech is its short form. We actually concised it a bit.
No, educational technologies is fine. That is your independent variable. Educational technologies has no impact on what?
On the system and how people perceive and how people learn. On learning on a broader sense. We actually concised it, sir. So we have to
concise it. You go to a barber shop and he says that we concise it. It's half and it leaves you. It's fine. That's one. Second is my basic question. Can hypothesis be tested with descriptive statistics?
Percentage analysis. It's not a descriptive was about the perceptions or how people perceive it.
The question is very straight and very simple. Can hypothesis testing can be done with the help of descriptive statistics? Yes,
no. It can be done with percentage analysis if majority of the people agree.
Percentage is also again the same. Descriptive, percentage is the descriptive statistics. The question is, can hypothesis be tested with the descriptive statistics? Yes, sir.
In that case, yes, sir.
Yes.
Education technology and commerce and management. Just tell, how do we do it in commerce and management? You are saying that LMS is the best platform. That's what you are saying. How do you teach commerce, any of the topic you pick? I'm giving you some practical data, just accounting. How do you think you can imperative the best you can teach it through EdTech?
Actually, ma'am, there have been platforms, like when I said LMS was just an example how implementation has been done and how people are learning through digital platforms. LMS was one of them. But when I say educational technology, I also include smart boards, I also include digital learning platforms, I also include websites, I also include YouTube videos, like that. So through them, all the concepts get easier, even if students are not present physically in the college or physically in the university.
Okay, if that is the case, how would we know that if through LMS or online you are able to teach them that? How is it that teacher able to assist them, I mean the facilitator, understand how good he has understood it or not?
So like if I take the example of my college, assignments are uploaded through LMS and the students have to complete them and upload them. And the teachers and the faculties assess our results on the basis of what we submit. So
exactly, what you submit. How do we know whether it is done by you or somebody else?
It's basically we have to upload our photos of what we have written.
Correct.
Not exactly.
Got it. Uploading what you have written, that you are uploading. My question is, in the class, in physical presence, we know that you are here, teacher is here, so we know. But how would we know that the genuineness, whether it is done by you or somebody else?
To know that, ma'am, we actually have to conduct like through LMS we can also conduct online tests. But the thing is, to actually know the genuineness of that, we actually have to meet in real life. But my whole point of the thing was to educational technology is to enhance but not replace the real life. So to test the genuineness, we have to be present physically and not completely rely on educational technology.
Your study is fully saying that this is better than this.
Ma'am, it is enhanced version. It can enhance education, but it cannot replace it. Nobody can replace faculty. Nobody can replace it.
No one can. That's our own conclusion. But your study says that based on your hypothesis that is yielding better results. Is that?
Not yielding better results. It was my hypothesis was on the basis of how many people agree on on adopting educational technology. Adopting educational technology with the normal traditional education.
Good, but then what happens? Is a confusion in the paper? Is it a perception or it is a data which has been concluded?
It is a perception-based data. Thank you so much.
With this, we come to the end of the paper presentations.
We now request our respected session chairs to share their closing remarks.
I congratulate all the students who are present today. But a suggestion from my end is, as sir also suggested into papers that you are presenting, so you have to make it very brief, crisp to the points, else a lot of time goes there. You cannot keep reading this slide or can't present it the whole textbook there. Okay, so you need to put it in points, and you have to make it so clear that your study, your objective, your findings, link it up and then speak. It should be marked up and spoken. Then your general points, right? And when you are taking a primary and secondary data, be clear. Primary data, then how do you give the finding and conclusion? It is on the secondary data. It's most important if you are mentioning the secondary data, the references has to be mentioned. Okay? And also, you have to say that if it is already available, then why have you done this? Okay? There should be some gap. Right? If there is a secondary data you have taken, then there is some gap, then only you can talk about it. It's already available. Why is it that you should present and that it's not relevant? Right? Otherwise, all of you have done well. Thank you.
Yeah, first of all, I congratulate all the 7 teams who made the presentation here. It's a very good effort. Big applause for everyone. That's really very interesting, and few of the papers are really interesting. I took some note also, because as you are talking about education, technology and all, if you look at my side, I have both. I'm a teacher on one side, go to the classroom, and even today, in my classroom, I use a board only. No PowerPoints, any which of numerical subject, any subject, I never use a PowerPoint in my classroom. Only board. Whether it's a digital board or blackboard, whiteboard, whichever, only board. That's one side. On the other side, I am a tech person. I have a YouTube channel. I have a private company on educational tech. All these things. So that's also I do. Now this, for me, it's looking at the students' perspective on it. Very good efforts you have been done. And because many students' paper presentations, so my suggestion is to all the students is spend time with your faculty members, continuously go to them, ask them, and show your papers to them and ask them to revise it, so that you get an input. So when you are making a presentation here, whenever I make a presentation, I think in a very simple way. Whether you are presenting for 5 minutes, whether you are presenting a half or full work, but the effort that you put is the same. Am I right or no? All the teams who have presented here maybe work for a weekdays, 5 days, 10 days on this. Am I right or no? So when you are working for this 5 days, 10 days, 1 week, or even one night you are working, then put complete effort, consult your faculty members, look at the multiple aspects, and take the inputs from them and come back and present here. Then what will happen is, this will be a learning for you. Tomorrow when you come for higher education, let us say I come from Institute of Public Enterprise, and we are happy that every year 5 to 10 students from St. Joseph's come to our college. In interviews, well, what is that we ask is, forget about your academic score that we all know, university. In addition to that, what is that you did in your college? What is the additional thing that you did in your college? Some says that I am a POC, some says that I am representative of this club, I presented these papers. So in interviews, our focus will be more on the additional work what you did. So somebody presented a paper, and we ask that, okay, I presented a paper on the technological innovation in my university. So we'll ask you questions on how you did that, what is the experience, and how many samples you collected. So that is measuring of your hands-on experience. Not only IPE, you go to any business schools, even IIMs and all, they also work on the same academic. Beyond academics, what is there? Similarly, suppose I also know that this college has got a good placement track record also, with the high packages and all. Then the recruiters comes, they also ask the same thing. Logic is very simple for the recruiter. I am here and I have 100 students applied for this job. How you are different from remaining 99 students. So these papers which you are presented here, and if you put the effort on this, work more on this, under the guidance of our faculty members, you can produce more, and that actually add value to your resumes. It is not that by just giving a presentation here, 5-10 minutes, job is not done. You get a certificate, and that certificate will be valid for lifetime. I don't know how many of you immediately after getting this certificates you put on your LinkedIn, Insta and all. I do that. Immediately after going here, I chase people. Madam, photos want behind you. Madam, photos want behind you. Because today, what we are looking at is we have to present to the world. From there, we get an opportunities. I just tell you one simple example. People always ask me, why is it you are so active on a LinkedIn, social media? LinkedIn mostly I use LinkedIn and on WhatsApp. Continuously. People ask why? Because through that, I get opportunities. So tomorrow, yesterday I was somewhere, today here, tomorrow I am going to Warangal. Telangana State Council for Innovation, or Telangana Innovation Cell, newly established one. They are conducting training programs for entrepreneurs and startups in different districts and all. I am one of the mentors for that. And tomorrow in Warangal, we are conducting for 4 district startups, we are conducting a training program. Do you know how they pick me? Through LinkedIn. When they asked me for mentorships, I spoke to them, they said, sir, please send me your LinkedIn profile. Nothing they asked, send me your LinkedIn profile. I sent my LinkedIn profile, they scanned my LinkedIn profile, all the activities which I have been doing so far. Based on that, they said, okay, you have been enrolled as a mentor for Telangana Innovation Council. And that now, tomorrow, I'll have the status of Telangana State Government also along with me. That's how, in a sense, whatever the works that we do, we have to showcase. So any presentations you are doing here, This is not for 1 day or 15 minutes or half an hour. This will add value to your entire career. Entire career. Down the line, let us say, now if somebody asks how many publications you have, I say 70. 70 not happen overnight. From 30 years, each year, 2 papers, 2 papers, 2 papers. Now it become a 60 or 70. Getting my point? So any efforts that you are putting that will add value to you, and when they are adding value to you, do that very seriously. Right? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. As part of our felicitation, I would now like to invite Dr. R. C. Lakshmi, ma'am, Head of the Department of Commerce, to felicitate Professor Dr. Ramakrishna. I would also like to invite Dr. Sumitra Pujari, ma'am, to felicitate Dr. B. Prasanna Singh. I would also like to invite Nebra, ma'am, for this presentation. And Gitanjali, ma'am, as well. Thank you.
As we come to the close of track 1, it's my privilege to propose the word of thanks.
We express our sincere gratitude to Monsignor Y. Bala Shauri, Correspondent and Director of our college. We would also like to extend our gratitude to Reverend Father Anthony Sakai Raja, Principal of our college, and Reverend Father A. Pranit Reddy, who is the Vice Principal of our college. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed session chairs, Professor Dr. Ramakrishna and Dr. B. Prasanna Singh.
We would also like to extend our thanks to Mrs. Mary Vinay Sheila, Dean Academics, and Dr. R. Sri Lakshmi, Head of Department of Commerce, for the guidance and support.
Our sincere appreciation goes to the track in charges, Dr. Sumitra Pujari ma'am and Debra ma'am. And we would also like to thank the teaching and non-teaching staff and student coordinators for their dedicated efforts.
Lastly, we thank all the presenters and participants for making this session intellectually enriching.
Now, I request the judges to announce the best paper presentation.
All of you have done really good. All your efforts are taken. This is a step for you to move forward. You have to choose one. We would like to look into the new ideas, creativity, presentation formats, and the way they have presented. Looking into, we would say that the best one was Ms. Twinkle Sharma, Mr. Prem Kumar Shah, Manoj Sutam, and Inkita Nagar. Education studies workshops and mentors there are study and research patterns and media processes. Australia College of Governance, Vivekananda College of Science and Arts and Mathematics.
congratulate Twinkle Sharma and team, and I'd like to mention that the cash award will be presented to them tomorrow. During the valedictory session, Twinkle Sharma and team, cash award will be presented to you tomorrow after the valedictory session. During the valedictory session. I'd also like to mention that all paper presenters can collect their souvenirs from the front here. And I'd like to thank all of you for coming to this session.
With this, we conclude track 1. We now break for lunch. Have a pleasant afternoon. Thank you all.
I'd also like to invite the winning team for the pictures, or the presenters for the pictures. All presenters, please come forward for taking of the picture. Presenters.
I request all the coordinators to session chairs, please.